never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Then cue the microphone. Hey there, got us a Thursday. Hump Day in the books. That means, hey, Mother's Day weekend coming up here. Do you remember that? Yeah, this Sunday, the big day. Probably for tonight, the best traveler's weather we've seen around the country all week long. Every night we've come in here and talked about more devastation, destruction, severe weather. Now we saw more flooding issues this past day, but our storm system finally pretty much off the eastern seaboard. We do still have some shower activity, some lingering spotty showers. There's plenty of rain up in Maine. But then you get spotty showers, Vermont, New Hampshire. You may find some scattered light rain through parts of New York State tonight. We do have a little cluster of showers. Nothing as far as severe thunderstorms or anything. Back into parts of Wisconsin, Minnesota, northeastern Iowa. Again, most of this light to moderate rain. A few pockets of heavier rain. But anywhere from, say, Madison, Wisconsin, up to just south of St. Paul, Minnesota, and then northeastern portions of Iowa. Shouldn't cause too much of a headache there. Do have a couple of thunderstorm cells back into western Oklahoma. And we'll see if those hold together or begin to die down. Yeah, they're pretty much moving off from northwest to southeast, headed toward Oklahoma City. So you may have a shower or thunderstorm there in central Oklahoma overnight. But once again, we don't have anything as far as severe weather, watches, warnings, advisories, any of that stuff. No tornado watches. So a much quieter night. The only thing we do have is some frost advisories. Yeah, southeastern portions of South Dakota, through central portions of Minnesota on over into west central Wisconsin, northern portions of lower Michigan. You've also got some frost advisories tonight as our colder, much cooler air, should I say, is sinking in here after a very warm start to the week this week. So let's take a look ahead. The Mother's Day weekend, right? Forecasters have been monitoring a potent storm that's expected to move through the northwest late this week before it eyes the central states. It's forecast to produce a narrow zone of drenching rain in the Midwest, but the risk of severe thunderstorms will reappear further south for the Mother's Day weekend. This system expected to move slowly but steadily eastward from the plains on Saturday all the way to the Ohio Valley on Mother's Day. Now, the exact track of the storm, that determines the north and south extent of who actually sees the rainfall. It's likely the west to east band of rain will be rather narrow, and there could be a fairly abrupt northern edge to the wet weather, just kind of a cutoff line. Near that northern edge of the rain, some people may be drenched. Well, maybe just 50 miles to the north, you may not see a drop of rain the entire weekend. Track of the storm, according to the models, has been trending a bit further south this past day compared to earlier this week. It now appears there's a zone from northern Iowa to northern Illinois and southern Michigan that may escape all of the rainfall. That means cities like Chicago and Detroit could be dry all or most of the weekend. At this point in time, again, the model's depicting the rain's likely to fall south of Interstate 80 and may be concentrated near the I-70 corridor of the Plains and the Ohio Valley states. Near I-70 over the Plains, between I-64 and I-70 in the Ohio Valley, you could see anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain with some locally higher amounts. Rain expected to break out over an approximate 1,000-mile-long swath Saturday afternoon and evening, stretching from Colorado all the way over to Indiana and Kentucky. In that zone, it may rain for 12 to 18 hours in some locations, so a soaker for sure. Central U.S. cities that'll probably be thoroughly soaked as it moves slowly eastward. Let's see, Denver to Topeka, Kansas, St. Louis and Kansas City, Missouri, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Columbus, Ohio, Huntington, West Virginia. Only if the storm were to shift its track a bit further to the north again, with the chance of an increase in the corridor from Chicago to Detroit. And there's a chance the southward progress may even continue. For Mother's Day, as the back edge of the rain makes eastward progress over Colorado, northern Kansas, southern Nebraska, through southern Iowa and northern Missouri, that leading edge of the rain is going to advance across southern Ohio, Pennsylvania, northern West Virginia, northern Virginia, and northern Maryland. It's possible the rain could hold off till, say, maybe afternoon or evening on Sunday in Delaware, New Jersey, and southeastern New York State. That means cities like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, on up into New York City and Boston, you may be rain-free most of the weekend. Only some spotty showers may circulate southeastward out of Canada in the wake of a storm that's forecast to move offshore of the northeastern states there Friday night. Looks like the best bet for outdoor plans around Pittsburgh appears to be Saturday. Rain may break out at any time on Mother's Day there. However, should the storm shift its track a little bit further to the south, then we could see maybe Indianapolis, Columbus, and Pittsburgh avoid most of the storm's rain. Just as the steadiest rain tends to fall near and north of the track of a storm system, thunderstorms tend to occur near and south of the center. That's going to be no exception with this Mother's Day weekend storm. We'll see that surge of Gulf of Mexico moisture accompanying a significant rebound in temperature. We will see a dip in the jet stream accompany this storm system. Conditions may be conducive for the development of severe weather once again. Areas at risk for severe weather Saturday afternoon into Saturday night may focus on portions of central and eastern Kansas, western and central Missouri. However, thunderstorms along with the risk of localized severe weather may extend as far to the south as maybe central and eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, and north central Texas. While the most common threat from these storms will be probably strong wind gusts, torrential downpours, some flash flooding, and hail. Again, we could produce a few isolated tornadoes as well. Yeah, AccuWeather forecasters have been telling us they're expecting a significant uptick in the number of severe weather incidents, including tornadoes, here during the month of May. We had been running well behind the running 3-year average through the month of April. As this storm moves along to the east on Mother's Day, so will the likelihood of thunderstorms and possibly severe weather. We could be focusing from, say, maybe southeastern Missouri, Kentucky, and southern West Virginia into much of Arkansas, Tennessee, northern Louisiana, northeastern Texas, northern Mississippi, and northern Alabama. All right, so in a swath from parts of the north central and west central Texas to the Ohio Valley. Topsoil conditions are wet to very wet and saturated in some cases right now, which means the soil's not going to be able to hold much moisture, increasing the threat of flooding from an all-day moderate rain or an intense brief downpour that you might see during a thunderstorm. Conversely, on the flip side of the coin, from the drought relief standpoint, some areas could stand some more rainfall. From Iowa to southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, southern Michigan, and northern Ohio, things have been pretty dry there. They could benefit from a good soaking. So we'll continue to monitor, bring updates on this storm through the Mother's Day weekend, and keep you alert to any severe thunderstorm watches and warnings. Again, from our friends at AccuWeather.com. Okay, coming along with Mother's Day weekend. What do we see here? If you're planning to go out for some fresh flowers for Mom, you may be out of luck. Some local florists say because of the pandemic, they're having trouble keeping up with demand when COVID-19 first hit last spring. Flower farms all over the world shut down and stopped their operations, even as the industry begins to pick back up, but farms are having trouble meeting the demand. As we were talking last evening, this is like our nightly, what was it, chlorine that we were talking about last night. Shortage of everything out there. There were a lot of farms last year that downscaled their operations, and we're just now starting to feel the effects of what that means. According to the co-owner of Ergo Flower Shop in St. Paul, he's watched as the industry's supply has shrunk, and he said he's not certain when it's going to pick back up again. We're seeing a much smaller amount of flowers in the industry due to the amount that are being grown, as well as the ability to get them here. There's a lot less flights happening. There's a lot of freight happening in general, but that means the cost of flowers are going to be a lot higher, and there's no sense of when the prices or this is going to come back down. So in other words, when you go to pick up a bouquet for Mom, you may notice it's a lot more expensive, or you may not be able to find fresh flowers in some local shops. Miller said he's most concerned about is the impact that the shortages are going to have as we head into the wedding season this year. It's a sad story for the COVID bride because they've had to endure so much. Most of them have postponed weddings at least once, but more of them have postponed, many have postponed multiple times, having to deal with a lot of changes in their venues, a lot of changes in weather. whether or not vendors were available. And now when it comes to flowers, they're saying it's the same thing. So the brides are going to have to once again be flexible. Miller said shops cannot guarantee any specific type of bloom that'll arrive on time for weddings. Yeah, right now, they're encouraging people to maybe shop for locally grown flowers because they would be more reliable during this time. All right, there you go. So we're underway on a Thursday morning. There you go. We made it through Hump Day. And our number is 844-844-3388. Honestly, our tech guy, Josh, has spent many, many hours this past day, working on, maybe we've had these glitches with the phone issues in recent days. That a couple of nights ago when there were people out there trying to call, but nothing showed up on my screen. So maybe let's get a test in and see if the phone lines are working. It's 844-844-3388. Josh said at one point this afternoon, he was in contact with the host of this software. They're out on the West Coast. So, but for a period of time, I mean, they couldn't get things to log in at all. Couldn't get anything to work. Meanwhile, from our stream here, what do we say? Mike. Yeah, it's not hump day anymore, horse feathers. Close that one out. Morning from Jacksonville, Florida. Dale checking in, 77, hot, humid degrees. And for a little heavy rain during the morning. Everybody truck safe out there tonight. You can have the phone lines and keep me awake. Hello from the Michigan Madman, everybody. Have a good night. Be safe. Good to have you with us, Michigan Madman. Steve, good morning from Minnesota. A beautiful 44 degrees up here. Richard also checking in from Florida. 77 degrees. We're headed to 91 in the afternoon. How about that? Good morning, Tank. Happy Thursday. Rolling east on I-40 through California. Back toward the home 20. It's a windy 83 degrees tonight. Wow. Everybody be safe out there. Have a great day. Dave's on the way to Kalamazoo, then to Chicago, and back to Indy. 44 degrees on I-94 in Michigan. Looking forward to another great show. Looper said it feels like it's about to snow here in Buffalo, Niagara Falls tonight. It's a chilly night, huh? Okay, morning from Rochester, New York, 47 cloudy degrees. Feels more like 43. That's from Ron. Heidi-ho from Nashville, from John Bruce Ferguson. All right, parked on Old Hickory Boulevard, get on ramp on eastbound I-40 for my 10 hours. And Big Moose, Betty the Bush Hog, international intergender heavyweight champion of the world, is on board. Oh, boy, that is his official title. What was that, Moose? Betty the Bush Hog, international intergender heavyweight champion of the world. The Big Moose. And, okay, wait, one more here. Buckeye Boy checking in on my day off Thursday in Georgia, watching you on my big TV. 60 degrees. It's cloudy most of the day, looking like rain never did. Going to go see the grandkids tomorrow, have some good food, then head out Friday to Salt Lake City. Shout out to my brother, Rob Alford, in Barbersville, West Virginia, which is next to Huntington, that you just mentioned. Okay. Good to have you with us. Hey, looking at 17 past the hour. Okay, it appears the phones are actually working to get things started here. Scotty was on hold as we wrapped things up last night, and we didn't get a chance to get to him. Ran out of time. What's going on, Demon?
Man, I've been on hold for 21 hours.
Sorry about that.
You need to play some music while I'm on hold.
Yeah?
Kind of quiet, elevator music, something. But, how you doing tonight, Steve?
Doing all right. How about you?
I don't know. Cold.
cold.
You get out of Ohio.
You've been on vacation, haven't you?
Yeah, I was off last week. But now I went out to the Carolinas and back up here in Ohio, and I voted going back home now.
Oh, okay.
But up here at just north of Dayton. But he was talking about that chlorine shortage and everything. But it's not actually a chlorine shortage, I don't think. But when you come to swimming pool chemicals, they make those tablets and stuff out of another chemical that's only made here in the United States. There are only two places in North America that it's made. And one of them's here and one of them's in Canada. One of them's actually one of the places I all chemicals for. But, they ship it all over the place. So I don't know. I haven't talked to the guys there where I work that, I know that they, it's a chemical that's hard to ship on rail because it'll start falling out, But, they, like I said, it's made, like I said, only in two places. So they also use that for water treatment plants and ethanol plants. So if they've had a glitch at the plant, then that's probably a part of the problem. But I haven't heard nothing that there is.
Well, the story I had said they had that.
My guess.
They had that the hurricane, which was Hurricane Laura last year. They had one, one
right.
chlorine plant that burned up, and they're not going to be up and running until next year.
Right, and that's right down there by where one of our plants is. Like I said, they ship the chemical to other places to make. Like I said, the chemical that the company I worked for made was used in that process, but they sold it to other companies to actually make the pool chemicals.
Mm-hmm.
It's a highly concentrated form of chlorine. But these chemical companies, they take and trade chemicals, and all of them work together. So if you got a glitch in one, you got a glitch in all sometimes. But I jumped on board and bought some of that Dogecoin.
Did you?
I bought, yeah. And I was sitting there watching that last night as you was talking about it. I bought about 1,500 shares. And I've more than doubled my money what I paid for it now.
So when did you jump in? When it was like 30, 40 cents or something, or
27 cents?
27. That's you did pretty good there. I mean,
yeah,
it's back at 61 now.
Yeah.
So you've been watching it pretty close, or?
Yeah, I've been eyeballing. I mean, it's a roller coaster. If you want to take us in and play that, and watch it. It's a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know if you got that email I sent you about, where they think it's going to go and everything. Of course, with Elon Musk talking it up, on Saturday Night Live and everything.
Right. Yep.
Then, of course, there was the other part of that story where, Mark Cuban, he was making fun of it, but now he's kind of on board with it. With the way it grew yesterday, now it's the fourth largest.
Exactly, fourth largest
coin.
Cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. I don't know what it's going to do. I honestly don't. But I figure if I got 1,400 shares, 27 cents a piece. I figure if it does go to $100 a share, hey, I'll make a little bit of money on $400. But I don't know nothing about it. Don't even pretend to know anything about it.
Scott, when we got done last night, I was sitting in here trying to do a little research and try to figure out. I mean, just they say you're mining for Bitcoin. You got your computer. Your computer's trying to solve these mathematical equations. I'm thinking, well, who's creating these so-called mathematical equations, and how many equations have we not answered at this point in history? And is there an end? Is there a final? What are they looking for when you're trying to solve these mathematical equations? It's just I can't really grasp it.
I can't either. I don't understand what they're talking about there. I have no clue. I see now they are offering it on eToro, another platform. That's been the big thing too. Is Dogecoin has not been available except for on Robinhood,
and now it's on.
And now you can get it on
eToro. And what was the other
eToro.
one? There's another one that came on. Yes, well, it would have been day before yesterday that started the big run up. Inbred Redneck mentioned that last night. I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah. Huh. I know the system was. It crashed. The system crashed. You couldn't buy it all yesterday morning. From when it started going down, we got an email saying that the system had gone down on Robinhood.
Yep. Right.
Again, for several hours, so nobody could do anything. But when they're having two other platforms, I didn't realize there was another one. I know I seen eToro come on board. That ought to give people more option to go in there and buy. I think it will go up. I don't know how far. I'm like redneck. I don't know where the limit is, but I know that they are limiting what you can what they make now, what you can buy. If there's none in there, until they add more to it, what's there is there. Somebody's got to sell before you can buy. I know Redneck was talking about that.
The idea is that there's supposedly there's I think 10,000 being generated every minute. I think that was the number. 10,000 new Dogecoins every minute that are being generated. There's not a limit. Like Bitcoin has a finite number of coins. This one could go to infinity, forever and ever. I mean, so everybody knows it can't hold its value.
Now, if you read that email that I sent you, read in that there's one saying that no, they've stopped that now they are holding back. There's got to be people sell before you can buy. Right now, I think they've changed it from being an infinite amount to a finite amount.
Okay,
I may be wrong. I thought I read.
I've got that story you sent me here, so I'll scour through that.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to scour through it. Like I said, because I think there's 6 or 7 stories there in that, about it, or 6 to 7 different paragraphs, I think. But anyway, well, that's about all I want after being on hold for 21 hours. I forgot what I originally called for, I think.
Right. You probably called about Dogecoin 24 hours ago.
Yeah, probably. But anyway, I think I called about the chlorine deal. But anyway, well, you have a good night. I'll listen. Talking to y'all later.
All righty. Thanks for checking in. Be safe out there. All right. This is the one he sent me from Benzinga.com. Dogecoin, as we know, is on a major bull run. Could get another push higher due to institutional interest in the meme currency, cryptocurrency. Now, according to one analyst, Edward Moya, senior market analyst at Owanda, attributed the surge to Tesla. Their CEO, Elon Musk, his hosting of Saturday Night Live, and cryptocurrency traders not wanting to miss out on any buzz from the show. Musk has dubbed himself as the Doge Father. He will undoubtedly have a sketch on cryptocurrencies that will probably go viral for days and further motivate his army of followers to try to send Dogecoin to the moon. So says Moya. He added that the Dogecoin bubble should have popped by now, but for the institutional interest that's trying to capitalize on the frenzies surrounding the cryptocurrency, and it could actually support a push higher. The institutional world is jumping on the use case thesis for Ethereum and the meme stock mania for Dogecoin. Meanwhile, apex cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, has taken a back seat to these record-setting rallies from Ethereum and Dogecoin. All right. What do you say? Why does this matter? Dogecoin is based on, of course, the Doge internet meme. It was a parody of cryptocurrencies. It was a joke. But the gains this year can be partly attributed to celebrity endorsements from the likes of Elon Musk and Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, the rapper Snoop Dogg. It is gaining some support from major corporations, ConAgra brands, and the candy bar Snickers. They're using the joke cryptocurrency for marketing purposes. eBank International Holdings announced in February that they were launching a Litecoin and Dogecoin mining business. It is, as Scott said a few minutes, it's now the fourth largest cryptocurrency by market cap. Year-to-date gains stand at an impressive 12,264%. All right, so at press time for this particular story, it was at like 63 cents. At the moment, it's right there at 61, 62. Of course, you go back 24 hours ago, we were marching toward, we saw that 69 cent mark that was hit somewhere about, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning on last evening's show. All right, so we'll get back to your calls just ahead here. Glad the phones are working. It's 844-844-3388. First, a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden set a new goal Tuesday for COVID vaccinations in the U.S., saying he would push for 70% of the adult population to have received at least one shot by July 4th. The CDC says that about 56% of American adults have so far gotten at least one dose. He also announced a plan to reach out to those who are more hesitant to get a vaccine. That includes sending shots to pediatricians and family doctors.
We're also going to slip vaccines directly to pediatricians, ship them to pediatricians during the following weeks, so parents and their children can talk to their family doctor about it and get the shot from a provider they trust the most. Easy, fast, and free.
And India has suspended its most popular sports tournament as COVID cases continue to surge around the country. The Premier League cricket tournament was suspended Tuesday after several players tested positive for the virus. India recorded more than 350,000 new infections on Tuesday. This is USA Radio News.
Are you struggling with addiction or alcohol problems? If you're depressed, drinking, and using drugs, you may need help. And the Affordable Care Act guarantees coverage of substance abuse.
I knew I could get myself out of this. I just needed some hope and some help.
I took the first step to recovery when I made the call.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
I feel like I'm losing control. I'm afraid I'll lose my job or even my family.
Call now for hope and help with proven, gentle recovery programs.
I never thought that I could be somebody who didn't drink and use drugs.
I'm in recovery, getting the help I need.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we'll jump right back into it here. Got an email this past day. Old Doc Holliday was asking last evening if we'd have heard from. Now, he went by the handle Mr. Personality because he was such a bubbly guy. Chris was actually his name. I said, see, again, via email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Steve, I thought I'd check in with you. Big Ed called me today to see if I was still alive. Yeah, I'm doing well. I've been off the road for about 10 years now. Wow, how time really flies. In that time, we've lost your dad and some really great drivers, Brooklyn, Texas Maverick, Stormy, and others. Sorry to hear about Radar most recently. I got off the road by my choice after almost being in a massive pileup, having to save another driver's life in Syracuse, New York back in 2010. Since then, I've driven coach buses, transit buses, and now school bus, which is my new love, hauling kids around. I must say, though, I do miss the road and listening to your show and calling in to get your blood pressure up. I've been taking care of my dad since Mom passed 2 years ago, fighting over her estate. Isn't family wonderful? But I must say, I took my health seriously when my doctor told me I was going to die with a massive heart attack if I didn't change my life. So I did some research and changed my lifestyle, lost 85 pounds, actually reversed my heart disease, lowering my blood pressure and heart rate, getting off the CPAP machine, no more medicine. I'm very fortunate to still be alive. So a big wave to all the great friends I made out there on the road. I miss y'all, and will attempt to get in touch with you in time. I'll maybe call into your show some night. So be safe, keep the freight rolling down the road. Thanks for the great experience. Signed, Mr. Personality. How about that? So I got what, you had his phone number after all those years, Big Ed?
Yes, sir. And I heard you and Doc talking on this, this morning. I do listen to your playback, Steve. So that right there ought to tell you, I'm still a faithful listener.
Okay.
Even though, I don't want you bashing me and telling Doc I'm a worthless no good because I don't call in, because I do listen to your show, and what's really bad when I'm listening, I want to call in and I can't. I'm like, God, I need to stay up so I can call Steve.
Yeah.
Comment on that caller. But yeah, when I heard him talking about Chris, I'm like, God, boy, I had his number and I called it. He answered, and I never realized he had got that big though, that he had those kind of issues.
Me either.
Chris,
yeah.
You seen him at the truck show,
right? Yeah, he did. I mean, he was pretty tall guy, but it didn't seem like it was morbidly obese or anything.
No, and then he was always laid back, and boy, Chris was just or Mr. Personality was just he could get under your skin. I know him and I debated a couple different times on the show. But, that was what's good. You can get under a guy's skin and still be friends. And that's what it's about. I just, I even talked to a blind man today for the first time. And I really, really enjoyed the conversation with him, man. He is, there's more to blind man than when he calls into the show.
Really?
I don't know how much in-depth conversation you had with him, but yeah, my hat's off to blind man. He's a self doer. He don't sit around and feel sorry for himself. And I ain't at liberty to say what he did for a living and what have you, but he may have a handicap, but by God, he don't sit around and let that handicap defeat him. It kind of reminded me of Monkey Goucher, Yeah, I'm sure if his sight was better, hell, he might be out there driving a truck, but he never let that handicap defeat him. And I just really was impressed with his life story. We talked, I don't know, maybe 30, 45 minutes today, and I really enjoyed that. So, blind man, if you're listening, really, we'll stay in contact. I got to tell you though, Steve, what do they mean mining Dogecoin? What are they talking about?
You're using computers to solve complicated mathematical equations. There are facilities, most of them built over in China, where they've got, literally hundreds and hundreds of these super powerful supercomputers that are, working round the clock. You hear when they're talking about mining a Bitcoin and whatnot has such an environmental impact because they're using so much electricity, using so much, which of course, to generate electricity, you have carbon emissions. I was reading this past morning, if you as an individual tried to, you can download some sort of software onto your own personal computer. And they said they don't recommend trying to do it with a laptop because within a matter of hours, it would literally burn your computer up. Trying to go through and solve these. If you can solve a piece of a mathematical puzzle of some sort, each of those pieces get you a little chunk of the, quote, cryptocurrency.
Who's backing it? What backs it? Whose currency is it? Is it China's currency?
It's digital currency. There's nothing tangible about it. It's all in the X's and O's and numbers world, which there is nothing physically. You can't touch a Bitcoin. You can't touch a Dogecoin. And the thing is, there's not a whole lot that you could actually, not a lot of places where you can actually, if you've got some Bitcoin, there's a very limited number of places where they'll accept it to make purchases. Supposedly the numbers have been growing.
With that being said,
yeah,
go ahead.
There's supposedly more and more places coming online that are accepting the likes of Bitcoin. Elon Musk is now you can buy a Tesla, I believe, with the Bitcoin cryptocurrency, but I'm not smart enough to understand.
But so what? But what backs the Bitcoin? For you to get the Bitcoin, you got to take your American dollar, I'm assuming, or
Yep, right.
whatever currency you're dealing with. It don't matter if it's American dollar or is that the only currency that can buy into the Bitcoin?
No, it's a global thing.
If it is, it's
You can in Japan,
right.
you can purchase it in any country in the world. Anybody can buy it with whatever currency they've got.
But that currency that you're purchasing that with is backed by gold. So with that being said, what you just said, so let's I come into a little.
Yeah.
There wasn't nothing to write home about other than you got a bunch of Jezebel truck drivers, such as, and I'm gonna name them off. Heat Wave, he's a Jezebel. Fly Rod's a Jezebel. And Doc Holliday's the biggest male whore out here, Steve. But we'll talk about him later.
Yeah.
Anyway. You notice I didn't say you, Steve. I didn't say you.
You wouldn't say it. You wouldn't say it to my face. One quick correction, though, in U.S. currency isn't backed by gold or silver. We're not really backed by anything anymore. Only thing we're backed by, the U.S. dollar, is the men and women who are willing to go out and work and produce things for us and the rest of the world. It's just. It's backed by the fact that we can offer things to other countries, kind of thing. Our resources.
Yeah, but with my dollar, I know what my dollar looks like. I know where my dollar is. I know how to get my dollar. So if I go buy Bitcoin, I got to use my dollar. But what if I want my dollar back? Let's say, well, like you say, the price is going up, so all of a sudden I bought $1,000 worth of Bitcoin and worth, I'm assuming $1,000 when I buy it. And then when it goes up, let's say it goes up and the $1,000 is now worth $10,000. Can I get 10,000 American dollars back?
That's what we were talking last evening. We were Inbred Redneck. That's what I was asking him. And he traded in half. I don't know how many shares of Dogecoin he had, but yeah, he bought in when it was, I think, 22 cents, something like that. And yesterday, when it was at 63 cents, he sold half of what he had, garnering $240,000. Now, supposedly, if you go to the Robinhood exchange, which up until just the last few days, that was the only place you could purchase Dogecoin, he said you can attach your bank account to the Robinhood app or whatever, and actually get there's transaction fees involved in everything. I think these crypto places are really making a boatload of money every time somebody buys or every time somebody sells. They get a small cut of the action. It's kind of like the stock market, the Wolf of Wall Street. If you remember that movie. They didn't care if they were selling you a good stock, a bad stock. They were just wanting you to have a transaction because they made their millions of dollars charging transaction fees on everything.
Back when penny stocks first really got hot, and you could go on when computers were getting hot. I thought I was smart and bought some penny stock in a damned ATM machine manufacturing company and give them $1,000 with America Trade, and I was my own broker. Well, that $1,000 all of a sudden jumped up to $2,500, and I thought, okay, man, I'm gonna ride this horse. It wasn't even 3 weeks later, I didn't have no dollars.
Yeah, right.
Them damn people that I invested in, they sucked my ass right on dry. And the reason it went up like it did to $2,500 because they were trying to suck some more money out of it. And I wasn't smart enough at that point to go ahead and then just cash in the work, which I would have got them over the barrel. But I did. I thought I'll just wait and see. And next thing I know, boom, I didn't have no dollar.
Yeah.
So that broke me of wanting to be a damn broker.
Same thing could happen
But
with
that
those.
never broke me of buying.
Same thing could happen with any
With
of these
Bitcoin.
cryptocurrencies, right? When I was doing some of my research yesterday morning, of all the millions, I don't know however many millions of people that have bought into this, the $10, $100, $1,000, whatever they bought in, 65% of all the Dogecoin that exists today are in 98 what they call wallets. 98 people hold a big chunk, and they say, and if everyone can see the digital wallet, but you don't know who owns a digital wallet. There's speculation that Elon Musk maybe owns one of those the big digital wallets. If one of those individuals started dumping a bunch of their Dogecoin, they said it would cause it would cause a rush of people looking to sell. So any individual, any of those 98 people could kind of start the stampede. If they tried to cash in today, they could start the stampede, and it could drop back down to 3 cents or less.
At which time, then somebody like me, then I would want to jump in and buy low. What's the old saying? Buy low,
sell high. Sure.
But it still don't answer my question. Who's getting the money?
Well,
and how do I get my money back?
Well,
I'm talking about good old American dollar.
Yeah, and that's the kicker there. I mean, if you bought in it, Demon bought in, what do you say, at 23 cents. If the panic, if the bubble starts to burst, if the stampede of exiting the Dogecoin begins, you have to find a buyer to dump your coins. And if everybody's starting to dump them at the same time, nobody's going to be buying them, and you're just essentially going to be watching your wealth, whatever you had garnered, disappear. And if he couldn't dump it, find a buyer before it got to 23 cents, he may watch it go down to 3 cents and have lost whatever he'd invested.
Okay, right. Let's say I take $1,000 worth of Dogecoin and so I wanted to sell it. I have to put it out there in the market.
And somebody has to buy it.
And then wait for both in the market. And if somebody don't buy it, then the price starts dropping.
Yep.
I can't pull it. So once I put it out there, it's going to be sold. I got to wait till the dust settles more. That's the biggest way to get screwed if I ever heard of anything, Steve. Or unless you're sitting there at that computer.
Everybody tells you got to really be careful and know what you're doing, and be careful on jumping.
Yeah.
Apparently, millions of younger generation people think it's kind of like an online casino. They feel like they put money in and they're sitting there at their computer watching those numbers, and as the price goes up, they feel like they're making money. Now, if for whoever bought into Dogecoin, say 24 hours ago when we were seeing some of the peaks, at this hour, it's down nearly 11% from where it was 24 hours ago. It's down to 61 cents versus 69.
See, I'm old-fashioned, just like you said, online casino. That's just, to me, that's just another way for somebody to screw you rolling. I go, you heard about my good fortune.
I did, yes.
I heard just regular old penny machine.
I heard
man.
My contribution happened to blow away in the wind. Is that correct?
Steve, I've got an envelope sitting there with $3,000 in it. You know what I had marked on it? Serious heart attack. Steve Sommers cruise.
Yeah.
But guess what? You ain't going on a cruise. And I'm being serious. You're not going on a cruise this year, so you know what I'm going to do with that $3,000? I'm getting another $2,000 bonus, free money, from my company for recruiting a team over here. I'm going to take that $5,000, and my butt's going to go to Lake Tahoe come September. Unless you plan on going on a cruise between now and the end of the year.
Well, right now, you're not allowed to go on a cruise. They're not cruising, Ed. That's
see?
Yeah.
Well, I promise you, Steve, if you was going on a cruise, that's where that money would go. Guarantee it. And that mangy, no good, walking man, Jezebel, Doc Holliday. Matter of fact, I had that. I'm a disciplined player. The last time I played, you know when the last time I played? Was on that cruise, what was it, 2017?
I think that was it, 17. Yeah, right.
That's the last time I played. Went into a casino. That's just how much I do it. What happened, I was studying the horses, and I wanted to bet on the dang horse. And I've got it wrote down on paper where I went down and went through the jockeys and the trainers and the horses. Medina Spirit. I was going to put $100 on that horse. I was destined to win. And the reason I was going to put $100 on that horse was because of Bob Baffert and that, what's that jockey's name? Juan Vasquez.
Right, yeah.
That jockey. And then, other than that, that's all I wanted to do. But and I'm glad I didn't call, because if I would have called and they had told me at that particular casino they weren't taking bets on horses, I wouldn't have went there. But I had called Doc. No, Doc, he said, Big Ed, you need to go to that Diamond Casino just right past Joplin. And I said, no, I want to go to this Buffalo Run Casino, which is at Miami, Oklahoma, exit 213. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you're going up that turnpike, they've got plenty of truck parking. They've got a driver's lounge when you pull in. It's got nice showers. They'll do your laundry for $10 a load. And you can, and they don't have no sandwich bar, but, you know, they got soda pop, coffee, or candy bars, or what have you. But then if you want to go on in the main casino of an evening, they have a dinner buffet, which is like I had prime rib and all the fixings to go with it. It was just $11. But it's a nice little old casino. It's Indian owned, and I know, talking to them, they're going to put in a truck stop there too. Here in the future, they've got it earmarked, so there will be a truck stop coming into that area right there. And when I talked to the lady, I said, "Well, make dang sure you at least put 100 parking spots in there." So anyway, Steve, that mangy Doc, you see, he didn't tell me to go to that casino. He tried to get me to go to that Diamond Casino. But when he found out I won, then he calls me and starts saying, well, now, Big Ed, I want you to sponsor me in a poker tournament. And I said, no, sir, Doc, that's not going to happen. At that point, I told him, I said, if Steve is going on a cruise, that's where that money's going to go. But you know what? You know what's that old saying? Don't tell nobody if you ever win $1 million, because all of a sudden you'll get family members coming out of the woodwork that you didn't know you had. Well, what does old Heat Wave do? He calls me and says, hey, brother, how you doing? And he started to tell me about how he wasn't getting no miles. And you know what, Steve? I knew right where that call was going. So, you know, I let him know, or kind of pretended that I couldn't hear him because he's running out the mountain and he's cutting out real bad. The man is a slut, just like Fly Rod. What'd he do? He calls me and he says, Big Ed, he says, we're going to put together a cicada cookbook. Can you loan us some starting money? Now, why would I want to do that? Because I don't eat cicadas. I ain't going to eat cicadas. I don't think any truck driver in his right mind out here is going to eat cicadas. You know, you're going to put it together a truck driver's cookbook to get recipes from the wives, I might think about it. I said, get out of here. Then he says, well, Big Moose is going to wrestle. Who's that that got Hogzilla?
Inbred Redneck, yeah.
Yeah, and I said, well, I don't think, Big Moose may be a big old boy, but he's more of a lover than he is a fighter, so I ain't even going to bet on that. And that's the kind of phone calls I've been taking all week long. But Doc, he's just every day, hey, Big Ed, no, Doc, I don't want to hear it. But you know something, Doc? I mean, Steve, I want to remind you that I'm going to get off here. Remember back in what was it, February, when we got all that snow and old Doc called in and he was down there in South Louisiana playing the machine or the poker and he won some money. You remember that?
I do.
He won, and he won some money. Did he offer you any money? No. Did he offer me any money? No. At that point, I told him, I said, Doc, I said, why don't you save some of that money and go on a cruise with Steve Sommers that he's never been on? And you know what he told me, Steve? Steve, word for word, what Doc told me. He's Big Ed. He said, that Steve is a loser. And I said, what are you talking about, Doc? He says, he got run off, got the boot from 700 WLW because he supported a loser in Trump. And I said, Doc, that's totally wrong. You cannot not say that about our good friend Steve Sommers. I said, if it wasn't for Steve Sommers, there wouldn't be no Doc or no Big Ed, and you would sit there and call him a loser. And he said, Big Ed, I wouldn't give Steve $1. And he didn't offer you none of that money. You know what he did with that money? He went and bought a new pickup. Steve, did he offer you a ride in that new pickup?
Yeah, no.
No. Money that he could have saved and went on a cruise with you.
Yeah.
He went out and blew.
To think of it, he hadn't invited me to. He hadn't invited me down to the lake to go out on his boat or fishing or anything.
Right. Yeah, there you go, Steve, my friend. And then you think he would invite me? No. He's a sorry, no kid snake, man. But I'll tell you this, Steve. That money right there, hey, I'll spend it wisely. But I still, when you say we're going on a cruise, buddy, I'm signed up and ready to go. Guarantee you.
Big Ed will be on board. Well, that's mighty nice of you there, Ed.
Steve, all righty, my friend. Other than that, Steve, I am financially embarrassed. So, I've got to save that for Lake Tahoe. You understand, right? No hard feelings?
I'll forgive you, Ed, yeah. But wait till I talk to that,
You're a good man.
Scoundrel Doc Hollidays. Call me a loser. Hey, Ed brought up cruises there. The Centers for Disease Control, just this past day, they did say has begun some of the key steps for the eventual resumption of cruise industry operations here from U.S. soil. Apparently some new technical instructions. Maybe we'll share what they had to say coming up here. And first, we got to get a news update, though. Top of the hour has arrived. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A federal judge has struck down a national moratorium on evictions, saying that the CDC exceeded its authority when it extended the directive. In a 20-page ruling, Judge Dabney Friedrich said that the Public Health Service Act does not grant the CDC the legal authority to impose a nationwide moratorium. The order was scheduled to remain in place until June 30th. An attorney with the Justice Department's Civil Division says the department has already filed an appeal. And the Biden administration has announced its support for waiving intellectual property protections for COVID-19 vaccinations. In a statement, U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai said that the administration will participate in text-based negotiations at the World Trade Organization needed to make that happen. Tai added that the administration will work to expand vaccine manufacturing and distribution as the U.S. secures its supply of vaccine. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney will face a no-confidence vote next week from her fellow Republicans, where she's expected to be removed from her position as chair of the House Republican Conference. She's drawn criticism from her own party members over her criticisms of former President Donald Trump casting doubts on the 2020 presidential election, as well as her vote to impeach him in January. Congressman Andy Biggs says an effort to remove Cheney in February failed because Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy wanted to try to work with her. But the Arizona Republican tells Fox News that effort is now over.
What changed more, though, is that she continued her tirade against President Trump and those who support President Trump. And she's doing it from a position as the conference chair. The problem with that is no one cares if she believes that and if she wants to do that if she's not the conference chair. So she wasn't representing the most, and now Kevin's had enough, and that changes it because McCarthy is now with us to remove her, and so there'll be enough votes to remove her next week.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The family of a man killed in Seattle's autonomous zone is planning to sue the city over his death. Lance Pry has the story.
Court papers filed Wednesday says paramedics are to blame for letting teenager Lorenzo Anderson die after he was shot several times on the edge of Seattle's lawless autonomous zone, which was so dangerous the fire department said it needed police escorts just to enter. At the time in June 2020, the area was overrun with anarchists and self-appointed security guards with semi-automatic weapons and would not allow police to enter after 10 p.m., the claims state. The man who allegedly killed Anderson, Marcel Levon Long, has been charged with his murder but has yet to be apprehended by police. Dan Nolte, a spokesman for Seattle City Attorney's Office, says Wednesday, "We intend to investigate these brought claims and will defend the city in this manner," end quote. The claims were filed against the city of Seattle, King County, and the state of Washington. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the birth rate in the United States has fallen for the 6th straight year. The new report from the CDC says that births are now at their lowest level since 1979, falling 4% from a year ago. The agency recorded more than 3.6 million births in 2020, nearly 150,000 fewer than in 2019. The report also concludes that the fertility rate has fallen considerably under the replacement level, the rate necessary for a generation to replace itself. That's considered to be about 2,100 births per 1,000 women, with the rate for 2020 at around 1,700 births. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, just like that, back for round number 2 here on a Thursday morning. That means weekend is on the horizon. Almost here, you know. All right, picking up where we left off there. We'll get back to your calls in just a moment. In October, the CDC issued conditional sailing order for operators. We're talking about the cruise lines. So that was kind of a phased resumption of cruise ship passenger operations. Well, yesterday they offered up some more info, 2 new phases, and said operators now have all the necessary requirements needed to start simulated voyages before resuming restricted passenger voyages. And they have to apply for a COVID-19 conditional sailing certificate to begin sailing with restricted passenger voyages. All right, back on here about a week ago, they said they were committed to the resumption of cruise industry passenger operations by midsummer. They issued some of the clarifications of their earlier order. All right, the new guidance includes eligibility and requirements for conducting a trial voyage in preparation for restricted passenger voyages and for CDC cruise ship inspections during simulated and restricted passenger voyages. Once they receive their approval under the COVID-19 conditional sailing certificate, they'll begin to be permitting to sail with passengers. All right, all the cruise lines say they're reviewing the latest instructions. The group added plenty of work still to be done to achieve our mutual goal of responsible resumption of U.S. ports this summer. Right now, you've got Florida and Alaska that have actually filed lawsuits seeking to force the CDC to immediately allow the resumption of cruise operations. All right. The recommendation from the CDC, the agency said they recommend that all port personnel, travelers, passengers, and crew, that would be, get a COVID-19 vaccine. That may be the kicker for some. All right, let's get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Chevy Guy got you coming up next. First, we got, not sure who exactly is on the line, but they wanted to talk about the Dogecoin, I believe.
Hello, Steve.
Hi, yes, sir. Who we got on the line?
It's Ken. Ken Quigley.
Okay, what's going on, Ken?
Yeah, my son, this Bitcoin and Dogecoin, you've got to invest a lot of time constantly watching everything that goes on those websites. My son he invested in that Dogecoin back when it was 0.002 cents per coin.
Okay.
He invested $250. And it really wasn't moving at that time, so he got rid of it. But he called me yesterday. He said, "Dad, if I'd have held on to that with as many as I bought for $250, he said I'd be sitting on $500,000, almost $1 million right now." Wow. When it shot up to 40 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And he just couldn't invest the time to sit there and watch. And it's watching what he's probably lost more than what he's made off of the Bitcoin. And there's a third one, that Ethereum or Ethereum.
Yeah, Ethereum, yes.
He follows all three of them. Yeah, he follows all three of them, and that's a full-time job. I mean, you constantly, if you're not there at the right time when them things go up, it's a kind of, I'd tell him, I said, it's like playing the lottery.
It is.
You just, but yeah, he told me, he said, "Dad, if I'd have held on to that," he said, "I paid 0.002 cents a coin, bought $250 worth." He said, "I could give up driving the truck."
Yeah.
So I said, "Well, might as well stay out here with me a little bit longer." But yeah, I heard everybody talking about that, and I'm a long-time listener. I listened to your dad back in the 90s, and been a long road. I'm getting about ready to hang it up, I think. But good to hear you back on. I thought we lost you last fall.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But good to hear you, and we listen to you every night while we drive around. So, but yeah, I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in, and everybody be careful. That stuff's for the big time investors. I see a lot of little guys losing their money, trying to hit it big, and I don't know. I think I'll keep my money in my pocket, buried out in the backyard in mason jars or something.
Like Cousin Eddie, yeah, right?
Yeah. So you have a good morning, and we'll keep listening in.
Thank you so much for taking the time to check in this morning. Be safe out there. Let me see here. Old Monkey Gouger posted, he shared this one this past day. We've talked off and on about this in recent days. So many employers can't find people to come into work. I shared the photograph from the one business on the door, which says, sadly, due to government handouts, no one wants to work anymore. Therefore, we are short-staffed. Please be patient with the staff that did choose to come to work today, and remember to tip your server. They chose to show up to serve you. Not sure what business that was. The next one was from a Hardee's restaurant. Due to no staff, we are closed. We are hiring. They've got the phone number there. Yeah, thank you, Hardee's. No staff. Nobody wants to come into work. And these extended unemployment benefits, an additional $300 on top of your state benefits, are supposed to last through, I believe it's September 5th, if memory serves. Crazy. Let me lay this one on you here. For those of us, I know we're just, we've been COVID-19 burnout for months and months and months now. But with the likes of Dr. Fauci and some of those at the CDC, wanting to keep everybody, locked down. Last week, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention released new guidance to help summer camps mitigate the coronavirus risk. Given that summer camps involve both children and the outdoors, which are two factors that render COVID-19 significantly less worrisome, and will be opening in the wake of widespread vaccination, one might have expected the CDC to maybe depart from their characteristic overcaution. But no. This is among the most restrictive, unrealistic guidance the agency has released during the pandemic to date. It's more limiting than the CDC's guidance for vaccinated people exercising outdoors more generally. Now, if they follow this, summer campers would be miserable. You wouldn't be in summer camp, you'd be in summer prison, deprived of physical contact, considerable danger of overheating. The government has essentially recommended that summer camps treat kids like prisoners. Here's just some of the restrictions, starting with everyone at the camp, including staff and every kid over the age of 2, must wear masks at all times unless they're eating or swimming. They should wear 2 layers of masks, especially when social distancing is difficult, regardless of whether the activities are indoors or outdoors. Campers should be placed in cohorts, or groups would be the word, and their interaction with people outside the cohort must be limited. There should always be at least 3 feet between campers of the same cohort and 6 feet between campers of different cohorts. Staff should keep 6 feet away from campers at all times, whether inside or outside. Distance should be maintained while eating, napping, or riding the bus. The CDC suggests seating kids in alternate rows. The use of physical objects that might be shared among kids, toys, art supplies, electronics, should be limited whenever possible. Camps should not permit close contact sports and indoor sports, and should require masks regardless. If anyone is curious, there are separate restrictions for outdoor gardening. He's right. He said, this is bonkers. First of all, the COVID is not easily transmitted outside, even if people are maskless. Secondly, all camp staffers will likely have had the opportunity to be vaccinated by the time summer arrives. Third, the campers themselves are not at risk of a negative health outcome. For kids, COVID-19 is probably less hazardous than the flu. Now, in a typical year, more U.S. kids drown than will have died of COVID-19. From a pandemic standpoint, kids playing together outside is an extremely safe group activity. And again, the vaccines work. They offer almost complete protection for anyone who's worried about getting sick. We interviewed several health experts for New York Magazine who assailed this guidance as, quote, cruel, irrational, and little more than virtue signaling. Let me see. He writes, Mark Gorlick, a pediatric immunologist at Columbia University and an expert on MIS-C, the rare COVID-19 related inflammatory syndrome, says we know that the risk of outdoor infection is very low. We know the risk of children becoming seriously ill or even ill at all is vanishingly small, very low. And most of the vulnerable population is already vaccinated. I'm supportive of effective measures to restrain the spread of the illness. However, the CDC's recommendations, this crosses the line into excess, and it's frankly senseless. Children cannot be running around outside in 90-degree weather wearing a mask, period. An infectious disease scientist at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, that's none other than Anthony Fauci's agency, spoke with me about the CDC guidance on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to talk to the media. With staff and parents vaccinated, there's no reason to continue incredibly strict mitigation efforts or put severe limitations on activities. Charitably, the scientist who has an expertise in respiratory viruses went on to say, masking kids at camp outdoors is simply virtue signaling. Requiring kids to continuously wear masks at camp, even while outside playing in the heat, when it provides little additional protection, is unfair. It is cruel to our children. Yeah, kids and vaccinated adults do not need to wear masks or adhere to strict social distancing while outside. The CDC should update this immediately to reflect the reality. And failing that, it should simply be ignored. If you're going to run a summer camp, just essentially tell the CDC to pound sand. All right, there you go. How insane is this? What do you say, Chevy guy?
It's like there goes the boys sneaking across the lake to meet up with it's a girls' camp for a moonlight rendezvous. Really? Are these people nuts? Hey, also, I'm apparently, finding out that heat wave was hitting up Ed on his linens, sort of make up for, they could make his D28 Camaro or whatever car payment, because he ain't getting enough work. That's something else. The union guys are something else. Now, I'm supposed to give him a call. You got to yell out and let me know if Eagle is about ready to come up, because I'm supposed to call him. Now, apparently, I'm his wake-up service. I mean, you realize he goes to work, he don't even have to check the oil. All he has to do is look back there, count how many trailers he's got, climb in there, and go down the road. My goodness, must be nice. He's a pretty cool dude. Now, that's all he's doing. Hey, flowers. he's talking earlier about, you look in the store, you look at them flowers. I can't imagine how much they've gone up, but I understand it now. I mean, I used to look at flowers and I said, man, are they ripping you off? It's just because it's a holiday. Us guys are getting nailed on. It's almost ridiculous. Mother's Day, all this stuff. You'll see guys standing in line at Walmart with all these flowers, and they're just, oh man, they're just soaking us. Well, I rode for Daymark for a little over 4 years, and it was a reefer outfit, and used to run down into Miami, pick up flowers. They had just flown them in through Colombia, and they'd throw them in that truck, and I'd take them anywhere out to Grand Prairie, Texas. They'd break them down there. I'd take them all up to Chicago. They'd break them down there, take them out and distribute them through the stores, Sam's Club mostly. I'd run up to upstate New York and pick up there an airport up there and load flowers. So, and I also would pick up a load and deliver a load to Sam's Club. And after being in the business and seeing how many times them flowers get handled, I mean, whoever, you figure COVID's been hitting the people in South America, Colombia, and the troubles they've had. And then you've got the shortage of airliners, and they're coming up, and you put them on the truck, and by the time they get on your truck, you take them up to, let's say, a distributor, and then they ship them out to the Sam's Clubs to put them in, in the Sam's Clubs or Walmart stores.
Mm-hmm.
That flowers get handled a lot. There's a lot of fuel burnt. You wonder, how can they sell them flowers so cheap? So, but at the same time, when you hand them flowers to your sweetie, and I don't get flowers, but I don't quite get it, but I do know this. When you hand those flowers to your sweetie, and her face melts, and there's a softness comes in her demeanor, and she puts down her cane that she was about ready to hit you with. Of course, I bought her the cane, but she's 71 years old. She heard me say that. But anything to soothe the savage beast, I guess. But you hand her them flowers, and she melts, and it, I guess it makes money. Money is money. But doggone, making your wife happy is worth anything you can come up with. Just my opinion on the Dozier coins or whatever all these guys are talking about. To me, it sounds like the best thing to do. I mean, I've seen a fella sweating over the fact that his 401k was dropping down, and they were losing. I'm losing money. Well, I call blind man. What's the deal on this? And he said, don't look at it. He said, it's a bad deal. Get out of it. But you have to wait till you're, 59 or 55, 59 years old and move it over to an IRA. So this guy's in his, he's about 45. And I come back, and I tell him, he's running the chipper. And I'm backed up to the chipper. I come out there, and I said, I got you some information. I said, well, you're stuck with it. The best thing to do is don't look at it. Just by the time you get 55 or 59, start looking at it, wait for it to get high, drop it, put it over into an IRA account. And that's the best way to do it. But as long as the employer's jumping in and putting money into it, you can't look at it like that you're losing money, because it can also go up. So in the way, the only thing I've interpreted what we've said tonight, what we've heard, is it's throwaway money, guys. If you've got $1,000 and you just want to buy something real cheap just on the chance something might happen, it's no different than you paying, your $10 for the lottery, It's throw. If you got some throwaway money, you've been blessed enough to have a little bit put out there, and you just want to. I'm going to just put it in there and give it 10 years and see what happens, and you might be able to retire. And I'm still called, blind man. He talked to his investor, and we all still can't figure out how you're going to get stuck on the taxes when it comes to the end. I guess Inbred Redneck did make mention that when he cashes in, that he's holding back money to pay taxes. So I guess that's where they get it, but I still wonder about property tax,
Mm-hmm.
I scratch my head on all that stuff. So I'm like Big Ed there. I just hang on to my greenback dollar bills or put whatever, invest what I know. That's the best thing, invest what you know in, I guess. But yeah, I guess if I had an opportunity for what, like that guy said, 2 cents or $200 or something like that, just throw it in there and totally don't watch anything. Just give it 10 years and go back and check. And it sounds like that's how these guys are hit. But yeah, but oh, by the way, that chipper, he said, I said, you're in that truck all day. How do you know all this stuff? And I told him, I'll tell you what I do. Now, this is when you was on the old, we ain't going to talk about on the AM channel. And I said, you know why? Because I listened to a bunch of good drivers, a good radio program, and I said, it's amazing the people that will call and the wisdom that comes in. And it opens your eye. It will open your eyes to what's going on around you, other than making just that paycheck for today. And he come back the next day. He said whoever you're talking to, he's telling you. He told you right, because the guy I'm paying to manage my money told me he gave you the perfect advice. So. Other than that, we're going to sit there. By the way, if you would, just give me a holler if you know Eagles coming up in the lineup, so I can perform my wake up service for the elite truck driver heat waves. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
All right, there
Over
you go.
and out.
Over and out. Thank you, Chevy Guy. All right, right there, we're up to news break time. And it's 844-844-3388. That's our number as we roll into a Thursday. Weekend just around the corner. What's on your mind? We've got a lot to cover tonight. A lot of interesting things in the mix here, but where do we go next? We'll dig up something intriguing here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration has announced its support for waiving intellectual property protections for COVID-19 vaccinations. In a statement, U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai said that the administration will participate in text-based negotiations at the World Trade Organization in order to make that happen. Tai added that the administration will also work to expand vaccine manufacturing and distribution globally as the U.S. secures its supply of vaccine. And 2 American tourists have been found guilty of murdering an Italian police officer in Rome and have been sentenced to life in prison. The pair, who were 18 and 19 at the time of the killing, admitted to stabbing the officer, claiming self-defense, and that they believed the officer, who was not in uniform at the time, was out to get them. The pair from California received the harshest penalty allowed under Italian law and will be eligible for parole after 21 years. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S. Med.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
What do you say we check a few industry headlines real quick before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. So it looks like we have a former deputy administrator for the FMCSA that's taken a new position with a leading self-driving truck technology startup. California-based tech company Plus AI Artificial Intelligence announced that former FMCSA head Wiley Deck has joined the company as the Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Policy. In other words, you got a guy that knows the ins and the outs, who to talk to at the FMCSA, most likely to try to get regulations to get these autonomous trucks up and running sooner rather than later. Plus AI says DEC's duties will include working with regulators and other key stakeholders to ensure the safe deployment of autonomous trucks, starting with supervised autonomous trucks. DEC is not the only former FMCSA deputy administrator to join an autonomous truck tech company. September of last year, the driverless truck tech company Too Simple announced that one-time FMCSA Jim Mullen was hired to oversee legal affairs and risk management strategy for that company. All right, according to the statement from Plus AI, we're pleased to welcome Wiley to lead our government affairs and public policy effort at this important phase of growth for our company. As the former deputy administrator of the FMCSA, Wiley brings a deep understanding of the transportation and infrastructure needs of the country and the potential of autonomous trucks to transform the freight industry. All right, he'll have dialogue with policymakers and other important stakeholders as we move closer to becoming the first self-driving truck developer to start mass production of an autonomous driving system for heavy trucks. All right, next on the list here from the state of Illinois, I believe it is, the former manager of a trucking company in that state has pleaded guilty to stealing supplies from the company in order to sell them for personal gain. The plot was carried out from July of 2019 until it was discovered in May of last year. According to the report, Timothy Mayer, a former manager of Jung Truck Service, used the company's business account to purchase truck tires and then sold them for personal profit. He also stole tires and brake supplies directly from the company's inventory and sold those for personal profit as well. The FBI has determined Mayer defrauded the company out of more than $600,000 worth of tires. They say he was a previously trusted employee who purchased a tremendous volume of tires in order to facilitate his drug addiction. Pleading guilty to mail fraud charge in federal court Tuesday of this week, scheduled to be sentenced coming up in August. He's facing up to 20 years in prison, a fine up to $250,000, 3 years supervised release. He'll also be ordered to pay full restitution to Jung Truck Service. Total of $622,000 and some change. All righty, there you go. Let's get back to the calls here this morning, and a little bit earlier than usual. What's going on,
Rob?
Sylvester? Hey.
Oh, I'm sitting here doing an assignment for the work I'm doing. And anyway, I heard Chevy. Was it Chevy guy talking about the 401k and IRA and all that? That was Chevy guy, wasn't it?
Right, correct.
Yeah. Did he say don't get a 401k? He did, didn't he?
He said get out of the 401k and put it in an IRA.
Oh, did he? Okay, I didn't hear that part. See, 401k and IRA are very different. I don't agree with what he's saying, especially if your company matches your 401k. If you have any company match, that's basically free money. Your taxes are done differently over an IRA and a 401k. First off, an IRA, you can't just go in and get your money out of it. It's very similar to a 401k in that regard. You still have to pay penalties if you do. Your limits are different on an IRA and a 401k. A 401k, the good part about that is that it is, this is not considering a Roth IRA, which is a tax-deferred IRA. The main thing that you want to look at is if your company matches, especially. My 401k that I had in the States while I was an employee, which is where there's a big difference. If you're an employee, you basically can't have a 401k. I'm sorry, an IRA. Oh, let me try to retract that. If you're self-employed, I don't think you can have a 401k. You have to have an IRA, which is fine because that's what everything was transferred into after we started our own company. So what it comes down to is the personal situation. If the company offers a 401k, your taxes are deferred, yes, until you're 59 and a half. But what it does is it actually reduces the tax that you end up paying at the end of the year, similar to an IRA, but it's actually a greater reduction in a 401k. Now, what those are specifically now, I don't know because they've changed them because of the CARES Act and in 2000, last year and all that. The main thing is does the company match that 401k? So, for example, when I was an employee with Schneider, they had a match for, I think it was 1-to-1 at one point, up to a certain amount, which I can't remember how much it was. So if I put in $60, in a week, they would match it by $60. But not only that, but my income tax would drop because that's taken directly off of your income.
Yep.
It makes a huge difference. A 401k is a good way to get involved, especially if you have a self-directed 401k, which is what we had. I could establish pretty much and go pretty much wherever I wanted to with that at the end of it. At the end of it all, what we ended up doing is cashed out part of it because that was during the first global crisis and everybody's 401k was dropping through the floor and all this. So established, what I left in there was established that as into a cash account, which was a low interest bearing account, but it didn't ever go down. While people were losing 17, 20% or whatever, if you went to a cash account, sure, you were only making 2 or 3%, but you weren't losing up to 25%, a month. So 401ks are good to have. They're not bad. I don't know why anybody would ever say they're bad. Now, as far as an IRA goes, there are advantages of IRAs. There are a couple of different types of IRAs. If you get a self-managed one, you really need to know a bit about investing. If you don't, and you listen to somebody, like I had a guy I was talking to over there who was told by someone who calls into your program, to go into the what's called an REIT, which is a real estate investment trust. And I said, are you kidding me? In this day and age, right now, the way real estate is, somebody is telling you to go into real estate investment trust. I said, don't do it. Because I'm surprised they're even still parts of IRAs. Unless you know a bit about investing and know a bit about different funds and about their loading and the fees that go along with it, you really should stay with something basic. I believe he was also saying, though, you really need to have your fingers on the pulse, and you do. You got to watch it. If you don't, especially nowadays, over the last, I'd say 10 years, it's just been so volatile. Now, when COVID hit, I moved all of everything into, because I've got a retirement account over here. It's called superannuation. And I moved all my super into cash account again. And my son lost about 40% of his in about 3 weeks. As soon as it hit, I actually moved it in February when everything started going down. And I actually lost a little bit, not very much. I lost about 2%, but it went up every month after that. I actually moved it back because of the surge that we had in worldwide stock markets. So, but now I bought some Dogecoin. Now, I don't know, man.
At what point did you buy in?
About 42 cents.
Okay.
And the thing is, you really need to establish so the U.S. rules and laws are different to the Australian rules and laws. Over here, you have to establish, it's on a wallet, because I don't have a wallet to move currency, cryptocurrency. You have what's called NPP. NPP, which is a new. I can't remember what it means, but it's a bank transfer system, right? But the Australian government is involved, where they say that you have to have already transferred money to the account, to an account, rather than have just do it like one-off. Before they will transfer money from your coin account to your bank account, you have to have initiated a transfer to them. And the reason for that is so that they can avoid any type of like fraud and that kind of thing. So you really need to be really careful what you do. So I've got some money sitting in my account right now. I can't even get to because it takes about 4 or 5 days for the process. I actually bailed out of Dogecoin last night. It was at 88 cents, I think, and I've been watching it kind of bounce around at that mark. And I thought, I think 80. By the way, that's 88 cents
Australian, yeah,
US.
Yeah. It popped up to 69 US, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I was watching it, and I thought, okay, so it went up pretty well yesterday, and I just cold feet, whatever you want to call it, had a bad feeling, and so I moved all but 100 coin out of that. And I've left 100 coin in there, and I've been watching it go down all day. But I still have to get my money. And it's a bit of my wife and I were talking about it last night, and she asked me, so when is that money going to be back in our account? And I go, hopefully next week, because it's not going to be during the weekend. So we'll just see what happens. Just really briefly, you need to make sure that you understand what you're doing. If you don't really understand it, leave it to someone who does. In other words, get involved with a good group, a good fund, get somebody who can work your IRA if you don't understand it. Real estate investment trust, not a good investment right now. There are other ones that aren't a good investment right now. Just be careful. That was the main reason why I called, because some of the advice that you see and some of the things that people say, you really got to just be really careful.
Right. That's why I don't give investment advice. I don't know squat about investment.
Yeah, but you know what though, man? You give a lot of good advice, and you got a lot of good callers that do call in. You just have to listen to what you hear. Do a bit of investigation, do a bit of research, and then make the decision yourself. That's what it comes down to. So anyway, other than that, Steve, when are we going on a cruise, man? When are you flying down here?
You guys ready to? Are they freeing things up down there to go cruising in Australia?
No, gosh, no. In fact, we just had a few cases pop up in Sydney, and they're, as of 1 hour and 9 minutes, they're putting another mask mandate up.
Oh boy!
So it's amazing how, I know, it's just insane how reactive these people are. So that's the way it is, though.
Well, good to hear from you down there in the land down under. Thanks for checking in. Yep. Good morning, good night, whatever for you. It's, I guess, getting late in the afternoon there, evening, right? Okay, what are we looking at? About 10 before the hour. It's 844-3388. Would that be, is this Justine?
No, Carolina Ghost Rider. Wow.
Oh. Actually, I saw Carolina, and I thought it was Monkey Gouger, and that's why I was pulling. Because it says Carolina, but that's about it. So, what's going on, Ghost Rider?
I don't know. 3 nights in a row, highly unusual. But anyway, I just wanted to follow up a little bit on what Sylvester was talking about. I have nothing to disagree with what he said at all, but a little bit to add to it. As he said, when you do a 401k, if your company has a match, that is you absolutely do that. As he said, free money. particularly if they've got good funds to choose from. You can put $19,500 a year in right now. And if you're over 50 years old, you can put an extra $6,500 in. So that's $26,000 a year that you could be investing. Now, as he said, a standard 401k, it lowers your taxable income this year, but as it grows over time, you're going to pay taxes on it. And that's where most of your money comes from, is your growth. For example, the stock market, on average, what's in your 401k or your investments is going to double about every 7 years, just in the growth. So when you retire, if you're in Roth, you're not going to pay taxes on that. Now, if your company doesn't offer good selections, just at least do the match, and you could do your own IRAs. Now, you could put $6,000 a year in there. If you're over 50, you can do another $1,000. It's only $7,000. And, I realize these numbers for most people, that's quite a bit of money to be saving.
Mm-hmm.
But, for anybody that's trying to get aggressive and put yourself in a retirement, touch back on choosing the good funds to put them in. For example, I've been with my company just short of 8 years. My growth has been 14% on average. As I've got it pulled up, last year, my 401k grew 54%. I never touched it when, the stock market started going down. I just kept throwing it in there. 54% was really an impressive number. So, even this year, it's 10.8%. So, for anybody that's looking, wanting to do, their investments, just be careful. Look at each investment and see what it's been earning since its inception date. Make sure it's a fund that's been around a long time. Make sure it's got good, consistent numbers. And, if you don't feel comfortable with that, like Sylvester said, find somebody that's going to give you some good advice and will take the time to explain it to you, not just somebody that's going to say, here, take this, and here, I'm going to charge you this to help you get it set up.
Mm-hmm.
Because unfortunately, a lot of those people will they'll just put you in what they want, whatever may pay them good, and send you on down the road. But hopefully that helps some people out there.
Good enough. Well, great to have you with us 3 nights in a row there, Carolina Ghost Rider. And with that, I guess we'll let you go. All right, thanks for checking in. Guess he was done about 5 before the hour. All right, what are you looking at? It's 844-844-3388. What else we got in the mix here? Speaking of financing, last evening, as a matter of fact, listening to the news breaks and the news updates, and you hear all these talks about, here's another $2 trillion spending bill. Hey, here's a $4 trillion jobs plan. It's $1 trillion here and $1 trillion there. And I was thinking, whatever happened to the debt ceiling? You remember for many, many years, every 6-8 months, if you were approaching the debt ceiling, Congress would have to act and increase the amount of debt we're allowed to run. And it almost seems like that's disappeared in recent years because everything's trillion here, trillion there. And maybe we should be concerned because this past day, the Treasury Department announcing they will employ measures to avoid an unprecedented default on the national debt this summer. Officials say those measures could be exhausted much more quickly than normal, given the unusual circumstances of the global pandemic. Treasury officials this past day urging Congress to pass either a new borrowing limit or another suspension of the debt before a July 31st deadline. The Treasury will continue to initiate the types of, quote, bookkeeping maneuvers they've used in the past to keep the government from breaching a level that would trigger a default on the massive national debt. What happens when we default on our national debt? Brian Smith is the Treasury's Deputy Assistant Secretary for Federal Finance, says in light of the substantial COVID-related uncertainty about receipts and outlays in the coming months, very difficult to predict how long extraordinary measures might last. The government's been able to borrow enormous sums of money to finance trillions of dollars of support during the pandemic because they suspended the limit on borrowing. Essentially, they said, we've got a limitless credit card. There's no maximum limit. But after July 31st, the limit returns to whatever debt level exists at that time. Just so you're aware, the national debt subject to the limit right now stands at a record $28.1 trillion. That amount covers debt the government owes to itself in the form of commitments to Social Security and other government trust funds. The amount of the debt that's held by the public right now is $22.1 trillion. That's an amount slightly higher than 100% of the entire economy. Heights not seen since the huge borrowing the government did back in the 1940s to finance World War II then. And we're talking trillions of dollars more, right? Now, the Treasury officials didn't specify what measures they would employ if Congress hasn't acted by July the 31st, by the deadline, to either raise the borrowing limit or simply suspend the limit. What Treasury essentially uses is bookkeeping maneuvers to avoid a debt default. They basically entail withdrawing money invested in government accounts, such as the fund that covers government pensions. The money supposedly is always replaced with any lost interest once the debt limits, once the standoff is resolved. So they're juggling the numbers, essentially, is what they're doing. The kind of things that in our everyday lives, you start juggling the numbers, you're going to find yourself in some trouble. All right, so we close things out for hour number 2. Horse Feathers got you coming up next, after which we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A federal judge has struck down a national moratorium on evictions, saying that the CDC exceeded its authority when it extended the directive. In a 20-page ruling, Judge Dabney Friedrich said that the Public Health Service Act does not grant the CDC the legal authority to impose a nationwide moratorium. The order was scheduled to remain in place until June 30th. An attorney with the Justice Department's Civil Division says the department has already filed an appeal. And the Biden administration has announced its support for waiving intellectual property protections for COVID-19 vaccinations. In a statement, U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai said that the administration will participate in text-based negotiations at the World Trade Organization needed to make that happen. Tai added that the administration will work to expand vaccine manufacturing and distribution as the U.S. secures its supply of vaccine. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow premium pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The CDC is expecting a sharp decline in COVID cases in the coming weeks if vaccinations continue at high rates. A new study published Wednesday predicts that new cases will take a dramatic drop in July if people continue to get vaccinated and take mitigation measures where necessary. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said that decline could be faster if more people get vaccinated sooner. During a Wednesday briefing, she said that the spread of variants of the virus could slow progress, but that the available vaccines are offering protection against them.
Although we are seeing progress in terms of decreased cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, variants are a wild card that could reverse this progress we have made and could set us back. Reassuringly, as Dr. Fauci said on Friday, we are seeing that our current vaccines are protecting against the predominant variants circulating in the country. Simply put, the sooner we get more and more people vaccinated, the sooner we will all get back to normal.
So far, more than 107 million Americans have been fully vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
After the death of a child and dozens of injuries, the Consumer Product Safety Commission has announced Peloton has finally agreed to recall about 125,000 of its treadmills. John Clemens reports.
After first declaring the $4,200 treadmills were safe as long as all warnings and safety instructions were followed, Peloton has now agreed to the full recall. Joe Martiak is with the Consumer Product Safety Commission.
Ever since we heard about the incidents and the child death, we have been actively looking at it and talking to Peloton about a recall of the product. They would not agree to it early on, and that's why we put a warning out to the public about it. At that point, we only had 39 incidents. Since that time, in just barely 2 weeks, the number has almost doubled to over 70.
Peloton is also offering a full refund to those who purchased the treadmill. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And SpaceX has successfully landed a test rocket it plans on using to send astronauts to the moon. The company launched, then landed its Starship prototype rocket on Wednesday, the first time that the prototype has successfully landed. 4 previous tests were destroyed in the process of landing. SpaceX was awarded a contract from NASA last month to develop the Starship for use on the Artemis missions to return to the moon, though the contract is currently on hold after 2 other companies filed protests of the contract award. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, we jump back into it here on a Thursday. And as always, it's 844-844-3388. I had actually printed that story up. Roy sent me a link to it as well. Yeah, more about the Dogecoin. Dogecoin's massive rally can be seen as a kind of middle finger to the traditional financial system. So says longtime crypto bull Mike Novogratz on CNBC this past day. He's speaking after the price of Dogecoin surged again early Wednesday. It's about this time 24 hours ago. It started as a joke, as we've said, in 2013. It was knocking on the door at 70 cents per token. Before giving up some of its gains later on Wednesday, it was trading down around 60 cents. Last few hours, it's been 61, 62. But it remains up nearly 13,000% year to date. Market cap of roughly $78 billion. When you think about the whole spirit of what this crypto revolution is, there's something pure in what Dogecoin has done. He said it's a little bit of a middle finger to the system. People are unhappy with the current financial system. They just are. Now, he repeated his concern about the sustainability of Dogecoin's rise, believing it lacks the same sophistication as Bitcoin, the world's largest cryptocurrency by market value. But the billionaire investor also said of Dogecoin, it would be very dangerous to be short right now. I'll tell you that much. He went on to say, I am not participating on the long side. I think it's dangerous because once that enthusiasm dies, if it dies, you could have a long way down. But I don't want to discredit it. It's shocking what has happened. Yes, it is. So there's a billionaire investor who says, I'm not going to, you might not be smart to short it right now. I'm not betting in it for the long term. He essentially says it's a bubble that's at some point in time going to burst. The question is, when is that time? Nobody knows. All right, Horse Feathers, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, so, aren't we all a little bit shady, shy on the shady side of all this big corporate America and these CEOs with these multi-million-dollar annual contracts and stock issues, and the swamp and our Congress people having, the insight to insider trading, and isn't it kind of the whole thing is kind of the swamp, and so people are looking for a way they can make their money outside of the swamp, and as you say, stick the middle finger up to the man. So I don't know, is it a good thing? Maybe we need to revamp everything we got going, because everything we have going right now looks pretty broken. So I remember a man that was on the AM radio there, overnight talk show there back around 2007, 2008. He kept getting on the air saying, man, my 401k just took another dump today. You remember a guy like that?
I do recall. I do indeed, yes.
Yeah, so what did that guy do with his 401k? Did he leave it alone or did he play with it?
At the time, eventually, at one point, I moved things over to bonds, the like government bonds or whatever that just remained pretty much stable. Eventually, I put it all back over where it was before. I got most of it back.
So there you go. Now, me as you, not being a financial person and probably can do more harm than good by saying anything. The one thing I'm not sure of, if you're still actively employed by an employer that you have a 401k with, I'm not sure if you can move that to an IRA. Something to look into before you just start thinking you're going to do it.
Right.
But
I believe you're correct.
The only thing the only time I've ever moved a 401k to an IRA was after I've, ended employment with them. So that's the only thing I'm going to throw out there. So other than that, I could get myself or other people in a lot of trouble for saying something that I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Right.
But anyways, yeah, I forwarded you a couple things there I think I sent you the flower shortage there. I'm not sure if I was one of the ones that sent you that or not, but so I guess there's part of a deal that there's a lot of flowers that come up from Brazil. And of course, right now, COVID is still almost as bad in Brazil as it is over in India.
Uh-huh.
So I guess there's, what flowers there are there probably can't either get picked or get shipped with the COVID situation down there at this point. But anyway, did you see the thing in CDL Life there about the FMCSA or FSCMC or FYMCA?
What was it?
What's that group now? Yeah, they're about the increase in fines. Did you look at that? And did you go down to the table and look at what some of those fines are?
I did, yes. I mean, some of them were $500, $600, $800 more.
Did you see but some of those fines are what my annual salary is.
Right.
I mean, I'm like, yeah, that's my whole year's pay to pay one of those fines.
You don't want to be lying on federal forms. So some of those were about lying on your, the logging and whatnot. Isn't that it?
Yeah. So I think most of it goes to the carrier, to the motor carrier, the DOT number, whoever holds that authority. But I tell you what, those are some scary numbers to be looking at. So, yeah. Oh, what else do we have for you? I guess Mother's Day, the truck convoy, the auction's open. I think I sent you two things for that. One of them I don't think is going to work because I tried to open it after I sent it to you because I kind of pulled the trigger and just said, well, here it is. I'll send it to Steve. And it kind of took you to a thing you had to log into. And it's like, well, I've never set up an account, but there's no way to set up an account because it just wants you to log in. So the second one I sent you, I'm pretty sure would get you into the auction. And there's quite a few things on the auction that are like a Target gift card or a Starbucks gift card or, multiple things that, you'd be able to get not being in the Lancaster area. So I don't think you really have to be at the truck convoy to buy things on the auction. And I'm not sure what the deal is if you did buy something, because there's a lot of items on there that actually Wish Kids actually did. There's a lot of like birdhouses that Wish Kids painted. And so I don't know if you purchase one of those, if they have a way to get them to you. I don't know what all the logistics are. So I did talk with Kathy yesterday about the convoy a little bit, and was kind of hoping she'd try to get online with you. And she was saying, well, trying to stay up until after midnight's a long time. And I said, well, if it would work any better for her to get up a little bit early, I said between 4 and 5 in the morning would work. But the one thing I was thinking of here, do you have any way to record anything and put anything in the can and play anything on the air that you could record, or is that possibility not developed yet?
I don't know that I could logistically do that at this point or not.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know where you were in your development stages there of that you might actually be able to do a phone interview with her and during the daylight hours and record it and play it back. So, but anyways, that's something for the future. So if Josh or Kyle's still listening, just give them something else to come up with for you, right?
Exactly.
They want another thing to have to do. Damn horse feathers gets us in all this trouble here, makes us give out money and gives us work. And I'm telling you, they're going to have me barred from the air pretty quick.
Well, Josh spent many hours this past day. I called him maybe I'm thinking maybe 11 o'clock, noonish, something like that. And, he was able to remotely log into my system. And I was explaining to him about the whole, the phone issues and how the other night I spent a whole hour with no calls and then I found out, people were hanging on. Gilligan sent me an email. He said, I held on most of the hour from 4 to 5 and you never picked me up, It's like, so he started trying to get the thing. And he was having big time issues. He was up at the midnight hour tonight waiting to see if I could get logged in to start. I sent him an email. I said, all right, phones are good for now. Let's keep our fingers crossed when reset time rolls around. So.
Yeah, I saw he posted there on the YouTube page. So after I put one up, but So anyways, hey, speaking of that, so Big Ed was saying that he'd want to call in, but you're not on there during the daylight hours and that. So did you ever think about what I said the other night there, that, if you needed, a night off or, you want to do weekends or a vacation or something, the old Horse Brothers come down there and sit in the big seat and run your show for you? You never had a response to that.
Horse Feathers, I don't know if they could handle 5 hours of you.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself there. I might have the problem that it might not be the phone system being down, right? It might just not be anybody at the other end there. But, anyways, I don't know. It'd just be interesting to, to have all different personalities. You get like the Big Moose in there for 5. Can you imagine 5 hours of the Big Moose?
That might be a laugh fest.
Yeah. So I don't know. We might have to get a ventilator or something for him there, because I think about halfway through he'd be starting to run out of wind there if he started getting wound up on a few of these subjects.
Right.
But anyways, so I guess about with that nonsense there, and I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see tomorrow what the next commodity is that we don't have, and prices are going to go up on. So we'll wait and see what happens for tomorrow. But I appreciate all the decent weather looking like we're coming up. But you and the AccuWeather guys could hold off on that Sunday afternoon deal. So that's the only thing I'd ask for. But the rest of it looks pretty good. Don't mind it being a little cool. So, but other than that, everything looks good for the convoy and the auction. And
in the convoy, is it Saturday or actually on Mother's Day, Sunday?
Sunday.
Okay.
It's on Mother's Day, Sunday. There's a little bit of stuff that goes on before, but as always, the convoy is going to be out on the street at 1:30. It leaves the parking lot, and that's a hard number for all the convoys. At 1:30, the first truck pulls out on the street, so it's not at 1:29 or 1:31 that first truck is breaking its way out on the street at 1:30 in the afternoon. And but yeah, if there's any way, if you'd be interested, I'm sure Make-A-Wish would greatly appreciate if you could link that thing I had to you up on your Facebook at all.
I've already done that. I've already done that. That's up there already. Yep.
Okay. Well, that's greatly appreciated. And as I said last night, you and Chris and Kyle and everybody at Hot Shot Secret there, Candy too. I mean, Candy in the office, I talked to her for quite a bit, and it's just greatly appreciated for everything they did for Make-A-Wish and that. So, but we're looking forward, and I guess I got to get the old QE3 out and see if I can get her cleaned up a little bit and batteries charged up, and so now you're going to ask me why I got the number QE3 on my truck, right?
Why do you have QE3 on your truck?
Well, the QE2 is already taken, the Queen Elizabeth II, the boat, and my old truck, you don't just make a corner with her, you got to bring her about. So I figured since QE2 was taken, I put QE3 on her, right?
All right, that makes perfect sense.
But anyway, so we'll see if we can get that up there, and if you and the AccuWeather guys hold off the weather, I might even put the old tractor up on it to drag that up there too. I don't know. We'll see how much motivation I have after I get it out and running. So, but anyways, thanks a lot, and we'll chat at you later, Steve. And look for
All right, let's hope for good weather for the Make-A-Wish Foundation Mother's Day convoy. Yeah, I did share that link that he was talking about for if you want to check out some of the auction items. The auction is open. Yes, for those that are going to be there, you can purchase your tickets for the big chicken dinner. All right. More on the flower. Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Local flower shops experience a major flower shortage, which is driving up prices for them and for customers. We spoke with Liz Stewart of Floral Designs in Jacksonville Beach. When you first walk up to her shop, you'll see a sign that reads, "So very sorry. Due to extreme market shortages, we are sold out of fresh blooms and cannot take further fresh flower orders for this week." It's due to a variety of different issues, including freight demand to get the flowers delivered to the U.S. from South and Central America. Why this shortage could affect how much you pay for flowers Mother's Day. Well, Action News Jacksonville took on the stretch. So they had like a report this past evening. What's it going to cost you? I haven't checked flower prices. I don't know. Yeah, we had done some flower planning for like the outdoor stuff. And so we'll see. Meanwhile, what are we looking at? 23 past the hour. It's 844-3388. And Steve, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Good. Hey, I'm calling about this 401k everybody's talking about. I work for Occidental Chemical Corporation out of Wichita, Kansas. And I guess I'm referring to the fella down there in Australia.
Uh-huh.
Said he moved everything to cash. The only problem with trying to anticipate the markets is no one's really smart enough to pick the top or figure out when the bottom's going to happen. If you work for a company that offers a 401k and a match, as Oxy does, up to 7%, so every $100 you put in, they're going to give you $7.
$7, yeah.
They're going to give you. So, right, they're going to give you $7. Well, my point is, when the markets are making a correction, that represents blood in the streets. Those that keep their wits about them and don't panic and continue to put their money in it, once the dust settles, the markets start rising. They just go through the roof. That's where you're going to make all your money, because everything I lost back in February, March, April of last year, because the market's made a 30% correction, I've made back and some. So for the average person out here, they really don't know what they're doing as far as how to invest money, because it's so darn confusing. But the one magazine I'm going to put a plug in for is Kiplinger's Personal Business Finance magazine. If everybody just bought a subscription to that and read it from cover to cover every month, you'd be surprised how one can educate themselves as they go through life, because the government's not going to take care of anybody.
Right.
Anybody that thinks the government's there to take care of you, they're screwed. They're just going to be screwed. So, but anyways, I'm going to put a plug in for a mutual friend of ours. Scotty was the one that turned me on to you. So,
AKA Demon?
Scott, hey, bud. Pardon?
AKA Demon? That's Scotty?
Scotty. Well, Scotty Crow out of Wichita, Kansas.
Okay, that's him. That's Demon. Yeah, we talked to him. I would think he was he was our first. He was our first caller tonight out of the box. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even hear it. So I'm on my way down here to Pasadena, Texas, down here by Houston, and I got tired of listening to all the doom and gloom on the other channels. So I figured I'd turn it over and start listening. So, no, he's a good guy. He's the one that turned me on to you. So,
all right, that's great.
So far I like what I'm hearing. So.
Okay, all right.
No, that's what I'm really kind of saying. I don't understand how things work in Australia, but he said he moved everything to cash. And I thought, well, the guy's smarter than me if he can figure out when to move it to cash, put it back into the market. So, but Other than that, I appreciate you taking my call.
Hey, thank you for listening in there. Yeah, and thanks. Scotty's actually doing his job, helping spread the word. Good job, Scotty. All right, so I guess most of us probably anticipated that would be the case, as in Facebook was supposed to render their decision whether they were going to reinstate former President Trump's Facebook profile. And what do you think the odds would be that they would reestablish it? Of course not. The Facebook's oversight board Wednesday deciding to uphold the ban on former President Trump's account. The board also ordered a new review of the indefinite suspension to take place within 6 months, which they say kind of leaves the door open slightly for a future Trump reinstatement. Trump called it a total disgrace. What Facebook, Twitter, and Google have done is a total disgrace and an embarrassment to our country. Free speech has been taken away from the President of the United States because the radical left lunatics are afraid of the truth. But the truth will come out anyway, bigger and stronger than ever before. The people of our country will not stand for it. These corrupt social media companies must pay a political price. They must never again be allowed to destroy and decimate our electoral process. So, of course, the determination by the board also applies to the Instagram app, which is owned by Facebook. Let's see. The board has upheld the statement here. The board has upheld Facebook's decision on January 7 of 2021 to restrict then President Donald Trump's access to posting content on his Facebook page and Instagram account. You know, they went on, the board had more to say, but at the same time, once they had their say, there are others, as far as Republicans, that are saying, you know what, as far as paying a political price, now may be the time. Republicans and conservatives took to social media registering their displeasure with that decision to uphold the ban. Some lawmakers are talking of breaking up the technology giant. Mark Meadows, Trump's former chief of staff, said, "It's a sad day for America. It's a sad day for Facebook because I can tell you a number of members of Congress are now looking at, do we break up Facebook? Do we make sure that they don't have a monopoly?" I can tell you there are two different standards, one for Donald Trump and one for a number of other people that are on their sites. Okay. What else did they have to say? As far as Republicans, meanwhile, top Republican lawmakers and other influential conservative voices lashing out via Twitter about the decision, raising the specter of declaring Facebook a monopoly in violation of U.S. antitrust laws, an action that could mean a bid to break up the company. Facebook is more interested in acting like a Democrat super PAC than a platform for free speech and open debate, says House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. If they can ban President Trump, all conservative voices could be next. A House Republican majority will rein in big tech power over our speech. Founder of the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, he sent out a tweet. He called it absurd. Ted Cruz tweeted an ominous warning to those on the left that were cheering the decision. Cruz said, for every liberal celebrating Trump's social media ban, if the big tech oligarchs can muzzle the former president, what's to stop them from silencing you? 100% true statement. All right, we get our news break real quick like here and return with more after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration has announced its support for waiving intellectual property protections for COVID-19 vaccinations. In a statement, U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai said that the administration will participate in text-based negotiations at the World Trade Organization in order to make that happen. Tai added that the administration will also work to expand vaccine manufacturing and distribution globally as the U.S. secures its supply of vaccine. And 2 American tourists have been found guilty of murdering an Italian police officer in Rome and have been sentenced to life in prison. The pair, who were 18 and 19 at the time of the killing, admitted to stabbing the officer, claiming self-defense, and that they believed the officer, who was not in uniform at the time, was out to get them. The pair from California received the harshest penalty allowed under Italian law and will be eligible for parole after 21 years. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S. Med.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, I still hear some people saying, the COVID vaccine, we're all a bunch of guinea pigs. Yeah, to some extent we are. In reality, latest from a Michigan family claiming their loved one died of complications after receiving the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The CDC is investigating. The family of 35-year-old Anna Van Geest died on April 9th in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Their statement, it is with profound sadness that we share the news of Annie's passing as a result of complications after receiving the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Annie was 35, a loving mother, wife, sister, daughter, active member in the animal rescue community. She will be remembered as a fierce advocate, a master multitasker, and caring friend by her colleagues. All right. The CDC has confirmed that the death was reported via the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is managed by the CDC and the FDA. They simply say, we did receive a VAERS report concerning Annie's case. It was filed by her health care provider. We accept reports of possible side effects or adverse events following vaccination. This system is not designed to determine whether a reported adverse event was caused by the vaccine, but serves as an early warning system and helps the CDC and the FDA identify areas for further study. All right, when VAERS receive reports of serious illness or death after vaccination, staff contacts the hospital where the patient was treated to obtain the medical records to better understand the so-called adverse event. They do not routinely contact the family. But the numbers from December 14 to May 3rd, VAERS reported 4,178 reports of deaths among people who received a Chinese communist virus vaccine. Yeah, they don't hesitate to call it the Chinese virus, but that's not politically correct. But just some of the numbers. All right, get back to the calls here, and there's another Steve on the line. Morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, the wife just got her second shot yesterday afternoon, and I just talked to her a couple hours ago, and so far so good, no issues, so just hope and pray.
All right.
She got the Pfizer.
Okay.
So, hey, I want to talk about these 401ks for a minute because I am definitely a pro 401k. My company does a 6% match. So I was just looking at what they, over the past week, gives me all the details. So in the past, the past month. So in the past month, I put in roughly about $1,000, and my company has put in $225 in that month. So I have no idea how they calculate it, but it says it's up to a 6% employee match contribution. But
okay.
I put in $1,000, they put in $200, so I'm getting $200 of free money, which you can't complain about that. So if anybody has the chance with the company they work for to get a 401k, they should do it. The other thing I want to point out is the investments that go along with that. Now, a lot of companies, they'll use different investment firms. Like our company uses Fidelity, which is excellent. And what I did was they give you a straight kind of a blended fund to start off with, and then you can kind of change the investments around however you want. So what I did was, since I'm going to, probably retire in about 5 years, I wanted to try to make the most out of my money that I could, the riskiest investment. So what I did was I put all my money in blue chip stocks. They've got two different growth funds, and then they've got a cap fund. And so far, I was looking at it just a little while ago, from year to date, from January of this year to right now, those three funds have earned 17.79% interest, 17% return.
Wow.
From year to date, now here's the kicker. From year to date, which is the start of the COVID, basically, so say from April 30th of last year to April 30th of this year, 44.75% rate of return. I mean, that is just incredible.
That's a good year.
What the stock market has done over the past year. It is. It's been, and that's during the pandemic, Steve. Because most of those companies were tech stocks. Tech stocks have been through the roof in the last year. And then, of course, there's the other big blue chips, like they invest in Amazon, Home Depot, those type of companies, the big blue chip companies, Apple, stuff like that, Netflix, whatever a blue chip stock would be. So those stocks have done very, very well. Now this week, if you notice, the market's up and down. Like right now, I'm at minus 2% for the week, on my investments. So might be a good time that, I can always move the money to bond funds or something low risk that, isn't going to lose money. So there are ways to control it in the 401k. When you have an IRA, like the other caller said, you don't have much of a control over that because most of the time they're tied to mutual funds. So that's why I think 401ks are better, because you have control over your money even though somebody else is managing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So, but anyway, it's a good thing for truckers, man. Especially if you're young, if you're in your 20s and 30s and you're working for a company that's got a 401k, man, you just throw 5% of your paycheck in there every week. You're not going to miss it. If you throw $50 to $100 a week in there, at the end of the year, you got maybe $5 or $6 grand in your 401k, and that's just going to keep building and building and building over time. And like they said, the government's not going to take care of us, Steve. We can't depend on that. So, hey, did you you were talking about the children with the COVID, right? With
yes.
the mask at the summer camp.
The camps, yeah. How crazy is that?
Pretty crazy, right? Did you catch that one article about the parents unmask our children now? About the schools, they're battling the schools and the school districts and all across the country because these little kids are wearing masks in school constantly, 8 hours a day, however long they're in there. They got to wear a mask. So these parents are, up in arms. So I think that was the headline of the article: "Unmask our children now." So they're fighting it. And then the other thing I wanted to mention: did you hear about or end up watching that that video on the CIA recruitment? That Latino woman. Did you hear about that?
I don't believe I did. No.
Yeah, I think I sent you something on it. I'll try to find it and resend it. Steve, the CIA's gone woke. They've gone woke. And that's pretty scary. Here's the thing. The CIA every year puts out a recruitment video. And in the past, it always talked about the mission, putting your life on the line, sacrificing your life for your country. Because being a CIA agent, obviously, is a very dangerous job. They go undercover. They work, with terrorists. I mean, there's a lot of things involved that we don't know about that I'm sure are very, very dangerous for these people if you're an operative in a foreign country. So they put out this recruitment video of this Latino woman who's basically talking about her race, her gender, how she needs to be empowered, how her family put her down when she was young, told her she would never become anything. So that's basically what the video was about. It wasn't about serving her country. It wasn't about being patriotic. It wasn't about the mission. And on the wall of the CIA, that's what that saying is, I guess, above all those names of the people that have died as CIA agents. I believe it's the statement about the mission of the CIA.
Mm-hmm.
But, they've gone woke, Steve. I mean, when you hear this woman speak, you're going to be like, what in the hell is she talking about? What is this video for? You don't even realize it's a recruitment video for our Central Intelligence Agency. It's just, this country's gone bananas. They really have. It's just crazy. And then I hate to say it, but it's gone into the trucking business, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
The woke culture is in the trucking business. I'm not going to tell you who I work for, but it's a pretty good-sized company. And we just got an email today. They have formed a diversity, equity, and inclusion council in our company.
Glorious.
So, so I asked my boss today if this was about CRT, critical race theory. Oh, no. That's not what it's about. It's about equity. It's about equality. It's about everybody getting a fair chance, whether you're black, white, Hispanic. Well, isn't that what the company policy handbook states already? Against discrimination. I mean, aren't there laws against that?
Mm-hmm.
You're discriminated against. Why do we have to have a diversity council? Why do we? And then they use the words inclusion and what was the other word? I forget. But I was absolutely floored when I saw that email. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. In the trucking industry, Steve. It's coming, man. I mean, these companies you see it with Coke, FedEx, UPS has got their nose in politics now. It's just, I don't know. I just hope it's not too late to save our country in another year. I really hope so. because these guys are right about what you were talking about with Facebook. You know, they've I think they've poked the bear, and if we get control of that Congress, like I believe we will, I really think that people are going to start waking up, and I think they're going to take over the Congress by a lot. And Facebook and Twitter and these other platforms, I think, are going to be in trouble. I surely hope they are, because what they're doing is basically tactics of the CCP.
Well,
we've seen this for a while now.
It'll be interesting to see how Mike Lindell's new platform, Frank, and how Donald Trump's new platform, which I think eventually his is going to be more of a two-way versus just a one-way platform, if I understand correctly. Right now, it's just for him to be able to speak his mind, to get the message to the people. But many conservatives, I think, are going to be gravitating to those kind of sites and getting away from the traditional YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, I think Mike Lindell's platform, I mean, he's talking about being able to, down the road, to support over 1 billion people on his platform. I mean, if he gets that thing up and running, you're going to see millions of people flock to that thing. And the same with the president's, from the desk of Donald J. Trump. You know, if he can get that to work both ways, where people can talk back to him and comment and stuff like that, that's going to be a big hit. It really is. I mean, I'm just glad he's able to have something to get his message out, you know. So I hope that a lot of people are going to start following that. I think they will. I mean, he had 80 million votes, so I don't see why he can't draw. You know, I don't know how many people he had on Twitter and Facebook. It was in the millions, so I'm sure he's going to have quite a good following. And but yeah, you're right. A lot of people are going to parlors back up and running. I don't know how much they're able to handle right now. And then you got that other one that competes with YouTube, that Rumble. That's a conservative platform, you know, where you can post videos and stuff like that. I know a lot of people are going to that. And then you still got the conservative radio, you know, with like Levin and Beck and, Hot Shot Secret, so forth.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, the word's getting out, Steve. I mean, you're getting a lot more people are listening to you now, which is a good thing, and it's all across the nation. So glad you got that app. You know, so much easier to follow, and the light doesn't stay on the phone, and it's you've got a great platform. You really do. So hopefully we can keep it up. But anyway, just a few things to touch on. You know, I've been listening and some interesting things people have been talking about. So I tried to get in that Dogecoin this morning, but I couldn't get on Robinhood.
Really? Again?
I think the site had crashed.
Huh.
Yeah. That was, yesterday morning after you got off your show. When I got home, I got on the computer and I couldn't get on Robinhood. I tried for a couple hours. Finally, I'm like, the heck with it. But it was hovering around 68 cents. And I didn't really want to buy it that high anyway. I kind of wanted to see if it was going to drop. What's it at right now?
58.
You know? Yeah, see, it's going from 68 to 58. I mean, I haven't seen it get below 50. So it's still doing pretty well. But, who knows how much it's going to
Exactly.
how much it's going to climb.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we may be saying in about a week or two from now, Steve, my God, I wish I would have bought that at 50 cents, right?
You never know. That's the thing about it.
Who was it was saying? Was that Redneck that was saying it's going to go up to $10?
He said, well, if everybody would, only 10%, I think, of the nation, 10% of the people, play around in it. If everybody else did, it would go to $10.
Wouldn't that be something? I mean, there's even people talking about $100. I don't know. You know that other one that Spaceman's in? What is it called? Ethereum?
Ethereum, yeah. Ethereum.
Yeah, my son just invested in that. He thinks that one's going to blow up. So I was looking at that one, the past history of what it was. You know, Steve, back in exactly 1 year ago, April of 2020, that was at $175 a coin. It's $3,500 now, I believe.
Yep, 3401.
That is unbelievable. I mean, if you were to put like $5,000 in that a year ago, you'd have almost $100,000 for a $5,000 investment. But it's hard to pull the trigger on that stuff you can't touch or see, right?
Well, that's my sentiment right there. Exactly.
Yeah, I was on the computer this morning. I'm like, should I? I'll just wait. So, anyway, Steve, you have yourself a good night, man. I'll be listening in. Thanks a lot.
All right, always good to hear from you there, Steve. Thanks for checking in. And I don't know, I saw this like last Friday, I think it was. There's a school down in Florida where they're actually telling staff, employees to not get the COVID vaccine. The story from CBS News, a Miami private school has told teachers and employees not to get the COVID vaccine, citing false information and unsubstantiated anti-vaccine theories. The school said it is their policy not to employ anyone who has taken what is called the experimental COVID injection. CBS Miami got a copy of the email sent to parents from Centner Academy. The school said until further notice, it's asking any employee who has not yet received vaccines to wait to do so until the end of the school year. We also recommend that all faculty and staff hold off on taking the injection until there's further research available on whether this experimental drug is impacting unvaccinated individuals. It's our policy, to the extent possible, not to employ anyone who has taken the experimental COVID injection until further information is known. The email offers, this is where, like the CBS says, hey, the email offers no scientific evidence or authority to support the claims made. This is a school that actually opened in September of last year, but it gained nationwide attention. It actually prompted the United Teachers of Day to release a statement which says, as shamefully seen by the actions of the illegally run and uncertified Centner Academy, these schools not only teach misinformation and peddle propaganda, they punish teachers who try to protect themselves and their families. We're horrified by the unsafe conditions and labor violations that colleagues at schools such as this one have to endure due to the lack of union representation. Okay, so they wanted to be a part of the union thing, whatever, but it sounds to me like you've got some leadership there at the school who are at least at this point in time, definitely anti-vaxxers. I don't know how you could tell an employee that they can't be an employee if they've been vaccinated. That's problem there. I would assume by now there's probably been lawsuits filed against that. But I digress. We'll get a quick time out here. News update. Return with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden set a new goal Tuesday for COVID vaccinations in the U.S., saying he would push for 70% of the adult population to have received at least one shot by July 4th. The CDC says that about 56% of American adults have so far gotten at least one dose. He also announced a plan to reach out to those who are more hesitant to get a vaccine that includes sending shots to pediatricians and family doctors.
We're also going to slip vaccines directly to pediatricians ship them to pediatricians during the following weeks. So parents and their children can talk to their family doctor about it and get the shot from a provider they trust the most. Easy, fast, and free.
And India has suspended its most popular sports tournament as COVID cases continue to surge around the country. The Premier League cricket tournament was suspended Tuesday after several players tested positive for the virus. India recorded more than 350,000 new infections on Tuesday. This is USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney will face a no-confidence vote next week from her fellow Republicans, where she's expected to be removed from her position as chair of the House Republican Conference. She's drawn criticism from her own party members over her criticisms of former President Donald Trump casting doubts on the 2020 presidential election, as well as her vote to impeach him in January. Congressman Andy Biggs says an effort to remove Cheney in February failed because Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy wanted to try to work with her. But the Arizona Republican tells Fox News that effort is now over.
What changed more, though, is that she continued her tirade against President Trump and those who support President Trump. And she's doing it from a position as the conference chair. The problem with that is no one cares if she believes that and if she wants to do that if she's not the conference chair. So she wasn't representing the most, and now Kevin's had enough, and that changes it because McCarthy is now with us to remove her, and so there'll be enough votes to remove her next week.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The Federal Aviation Administration says that as air travel is beginning to recover from pandemic lows, it's facing a new issue, growing numbers of unruly passengers. Tim Berg has the story.
The FAA is warning air travelers about what it describes as a dramatic increase in unruly or dangerous behavior aboard passenger airplanes. In a typical year, the agency sees 100 to 150 formal cases of bad passenger behavior. But since the start of this year, the number of reported cases has jumped to 1,300. Sarah Nelson, president of the Association of Flight Attendants Union, says things have gotten real bad this year.
The physical and verbal abuse that flight attendants have been taking has been way off the charts of any kind of air rage incidents that we've been talking about over the past 20 years.
As far as some of the behaviors of the unruly passengers, Nelson tells ABC's Good Morning America,
flight attendants being physically assaulted, pushed, choked. We had a passenger urinate. We had a passenger spit into the mouth of a child on board. These are some of the things that we have been dealing with.
The FAA now taking a zero-tolerance approach to poor behavior. Unruly passengers facing potential criminal charges, fines up to $35,000, or lifetime bans on certain airlines. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I tell you what, we left off there. Well, the final thing, talking about the school week, not willing to hire or employ anyone who has been vaccinated. Then I was thinking, well, you know, there's a ton of employers around the country in schools, colleges, that are saying if you're not vaccinated, you can't work here or you can't come to school here. So, I mean, it's kind of like the flip side of the coin, right? That's the question being asked. I don't think they ever thought they'd face a situation where an employer says, if you get the vaccine, we're not hiring you. Well, according to the report, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, obviously already allows companies to require employees to be vaccinated for the flu. Currently, they cannot require it, to my understanding, for the COVID because it's still considered an experimental vaccine, not fully authorized yet. In regards to the legality of an employer prohibiting vaccinations, they spoke to an employment lawyer who tells CBS Miami that in this case, it would be legal to fire an employee for getting vaccinated. This is a private school, not a public school. So generally, a private employer in Florida can fire somebody for any reason or no reason at all. However, a fired employee could fight the decision. If a teacher says they have a medical condition and it discriminates against their right to get the vaccine, they'd probably have a case. Anyway, the school's email went on to explain the many unknown variables that contributed to their decision to prohibit vaccines for the time being. Of course, many say that's all misinformation. They're incorrectly claiming that there's tens of thousands of women all over the world that have reported adverse reproductive issues from being in close proximity with those who've received any one of the COVID injections. Now, those are not substantiated claims by any expert or any authority. But there has been those sort of cases. I've seen reports of those kind of cases. These are the kind of things they're having to look into. That's because there's unanswered questions. They're answering more questions every day. But all right, Chefy Guy, thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, no problem. I just want to clarify something. At no time did I trash the 401k system. I was explaining that when it went down and people were losing money, this chipper operator that worked with, I'm backed up to the chipper. It's past starting time, and he's still in his pickup truck, all upset. Now, he basically told me, I told him I would never mention how much he was lost at the time, but it's more than I make in a year. And I guess he's 45 years old. He's been with that company since he was a teenager.
Yeah.
And he was dead serious. He was upset. And he was talking about, arguing about moving it, getting it out of there before he loses anything. Well, the fellow from Australia said, I was giving him bad advice. I wasn't giving him no bad advice. I called Blind Man up. I've been hearing it on your show. Don't mess with it. I think you were talking about the time, and people were calling up and said, don't mess with it, go back up. Blind man got it. So the next day I tell him, I said, don't mess with it. Just leave it be. If it's on the fall, it eventually rises back up. You can't beat it for right now. And that's exactly what Blind Man told me. I told him when he took a half a day off and went and talked to his broker or whatever they are called. And the next Monday he come back and said, man, that was, everything you told me is exactly what I was told to do. And he said, how do you know? And I said, well, I listened to an overnight trucking radio, and you get, I guess, a multitude of counselors' wisdom. So at no time did you ever hear Chevy guy trash the 401k system at all. So, but I was able to counsel a fella, and bottom line is this: don't touch none of your money on my word. I'm just a 64-year-old trucker. I have no idea about any of this financial stuff.
Exactly.
And I mean, if you move your money, you move it through somebody, a broker that you know and you trust. And yeah, I'm glad the guy from Australia did mention the fact that it's 59 and a half is the age when you can get in there, and you can do that safely and move it to, Roth IRAs and IRAs. And it's basically set up for your retirement, where you're ready to go into retirement. But even the guy from Australia said he messed with it and he lost money. And maybe if he'd have left it be, it had all come back, all raging back. But it's just like this. When you get to 59 and a half and all of a sudden we're in a Great Depression, you know what I'm saying? But that's the market. You're investing in the market, and it is a gamble. But here's the clincher, and I think I heard this on your show also. You do have Democrat politicians wanting to start taxing the 401k now. So it was even stated by one politician that it's a big cash box that they can get into, and hey, deeper they're getting in debt, the hungrier they are for money. It's amazing how, what we think is solid ground. It's amazing what these politicians will be able to get into. So just, we got to elect the right people in the next, or within the next 2 years. And then, and Donald J. Trump, we got to put him back in. If Facebook doesn't want to reinstate him, let's get him back in there and some good conservatives in there, and let's start breaking up this power that these great big conglomerates have, and we'll put them on the side. But other than that, man, great show tonight, and like I said, I didn't no malice to anybody, but I don't mind taking heat for what I did say, but it's hard to take heat for what you didn't say. But other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail, and we're going to keep our mouth shut.
All right, sometimes that's a better thing to do. I don't know. Ain't nobody offering financial advice. Talk to a professional is the word they always say. Speak to a professional. All right, who's next up here? Hobo Jack, I believe it is. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve Sommers. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Good to have you with us.
Great. Listen, I have no financial advice, but I did get an explanation from my accountant because I've been reading these articles lately, plugged into a lot of financial stuff, Jim Cramer, Rick Edelman, all those guys. I listen to all of them, and everybody was talking there for a while about, the future tax bomb that you're going to get with your 401k, that, you should transfer it to a Roth, and which is not taxed. So pay your tax now, and, you're avoiding future high taxes. So I called my accountant, and this was the skull buster that he explained to me. Took 3 times before I finally got it, but basically at 59 and a half, okay, you don't get a penalty. You're still going to pay taxes, but you don't get the penalty after 59 and a half withdrawing from your 401k. You will still be taxed, but I said, look, I want to avoid future taxes, so shouldn't I transfer to a Roth IRA? And he said, no, because I will be making a lot less money because I'm going to be living off of Social Security and my 401k. He said, so you'll be in a lower tax bracket. He said, you're actually going to save money on the taxes, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
So, yeah, like I said, it's a skull buster, but with the Roth IRA, you pay your taxes now, okay, and you get to take the money out when you take it out, free of, quote unquote, free of charge. You don't pay any taxes on it. But with the 401k, you're deferring those taxes to some future date. And at that time, when you take it out, when you're retired, you're going to be in a lower tax bracket, so you're still paying lower taxes than if you would transfer it now when you're younger.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it took me a while. I'm glad you caught on.
Yeah.
The other thing is quite frankly, this radio program is what made me my money in the stock market, so on and so forth. I really love your program because it's so democratic. You're listening to people from all over the world, literally, bringing you news. If nothing else, it calms you down and you realize, oh, there's a lot of fake news out there. I don't think I'll touch my 401k and move stuff around. I did move things around twice in the last year and a half. Each time, quote unquote, I lost money. And I'd look at it this way: as think of yourself as a child. You're putting money into a little piggy bank. Forget about it. You're going to make more money than you would if you just had it in, quote unquote, CDs or a bank, which is paying like, less than 1% now.
Right.
Even if you're into risky stuff in the stock market, you're making so much more. Even if you lose, and if you look at any stock and pick any stock in the world, and you see it goes up and down, up and down, up and down. Oh, everybody bemoans the fact, oh, I wish I would have bought it just like Dogecoin when it was trading for 12 cents and then sell it for 50 cents. You're never going to time the bottom of the market. You're never going to be able to, buy low and sell high perfectly. It's just not going to happen. And if you listen to like Rick Edelman and people like that who want you to diversify on everything, always take everything with a grain of salt. And if you want to, quote unquote, talk to a professional like Edward Jones or Edward James and all the others out there, remember to ask what they charge and how they, because some of these places, I'll make you money, but then at the end of the year or when you want to pull it out, the amount that I charge you is going to be a huge percentage of what I made you.
Hey, Hobo Jack, that's great to hear from you this morning. Yeah, I mean, the advice I've always heard is when you put it in, you just, you know that things go up and they go down, they go up and they go down. For people that bail once they've already lost 15, 20%, and then try to put it somewhere else, and then you try to come back.
It's too late.
It's too late. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So
that's
the premise. Yeah. But a lot of people you try to hold off. You say, oh man, it's down 10% now. And the next day it's, oh man, I lost another 3% today. I wish I would have sold it yesterday. At some point you reach the breaking point and say, all right, I'm taking it out now. I'm not losing any more. If you don't put it back, before it starts going back up, that's what they call timing the market. And everyone I've ever spoke to says, you can try your best to time the market, but there's literally no way to do it. All right, someone earlier brought up critical race theory. I think that was Steve talking about his diversity training program. Is this? It's become kind of a hot button issue in school districts all around the country. A Texas school board scored an overwhelming election victory to stop critical race theory and a new cultural competence action plan from being forced into the classrooms. The elections in Southlake were so divisive that backers of the new anti-racism measures called on the Department of Justice to intervene. Even Demi Lovato ripped opponents of the plan. It's horrifying to see how some of the parents are literally fighting to uphold white supremacy and resisting the anti-racism work that is so needed, she says. Opponents, however, told a series of heated meetings for the Carroll School District that the plan created essentially what they called diversity police and was effectively reverse racism, pushing a left-wing agenda. They even went to court and won a temporary restraining order to stop implementation. Voters also sent a resounding message against the plan at this week's election, with the two school board positions, as well as mayor and city council seats, going to opponents of the cultural competence, each of them getting almost 70% of the vote. Critical race theory ain't coming here, tweeted the Southlake Families PAC that supported the victorious candidates. This is a wealthy suburb about 30 miles northwest of Dallas. This is what happens when good people stand up and say, not in my town, not on my watch. All right, there you go. Parents around the country, for those who are paying attention to this whole critical race theory, Governor DeSantis, I think he was the first that I can recall in the state of Florida, said critical race theory is not going to be taught in the schools here in this state. All right, 24 past the hour. And Philip, what's going on this morning?
Hey, bud, how you doing?
How about that SpaceX?
Yeah, they landed her finally, got her down on the ground, man, one piece. All I saw was a big cloud, and then after that I saw it standing there. That was awesome. Glad for them guys. They did good. They had a fire on it, but they got it out. I think they learned to just let it vent out. That one that blew up before didn't vent out, and it just blew it up. But did you see it yesterday afternoon when on there, or did you watch it later?
That's my sleeping time, and I haven't actually had a chance to see it yet, as a matter of fact.
Oh, it's a real interesting one. It took off normal, got up. They had a lot of clouds. And the camera footage that SpaceX had going on it, it was kind of in and out. They were having problems with that, which last time they had that kind of problem, it blew up there. But this time it was in and out, and they got it back down on the ground. I mean, it looked good. It was clean. It was just, and they did it with one engine this time. And last time they tried it with three, and time before that they tried it with three. But this time they did it with the one engine, like they had talked about doing from the beginning, and they put it on the pad. So those guys did a good job. Did you hear about what Bezos and those guys did with their contract with NASA?
No, sir.
Okay, so I guess Jeff Bezos owns Blue Origin. You know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, they filed a lawsuit because they didn't get the contract with NASA on that lunar, that part of that SLS program,
right,
or HLS program,
right.
Excuse me. And they put them on hold. So now they're holding up everything. They said that there'd be no money dealt out for that program until the lawsuits are settled out still.
So I know the other two companies were kind of PO'd. They were kind of PO'd to the fact that NASA gave the full allocation to SpaceX, because SpaceX seems to be the one that's furthest ahead and can maybe successfully do what they want to succeed in doing in the selected time frame, right? The other two, initially they were supposed to split it like a three-way piece of pie and everybody gets a little piece of the puzzle?
Pretty much it was something like that. But the problem is, I think those guys, they just want to hang on and collect the money over the years and do whatever they have to do. Whereas SpaceX, they're getting it done. They're putting their time, they've already put their development, they get the engineers in there. And Musk's theory is, let's get it done. And that's the biggest problem we've had with the space program is engineering time. They're just sitting on their hands forever. I mean, the SLS program is proof of that. I mean, look how far Artemis has got along, and look how far SpaceX has got along with their rockets. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, they need to get on the ball. If we're paying $25 billion for something, we want to see some return. We don't want to see that thing, this or that. I mean, even Musk, with this stuff happening out on Texas, hey, he's showing some kind of return. He's showing that he's trying to develop something. These other guys are just sitting on their hands, and that's pretty much what happens when a lot of these big corporations get that government check and said, hey, let's go. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the DEO check is now with everybody else that's out of work, supposedly. So you were talking about the school in Miami. The one word that's about that is private. So they're a private business. They can do whatever they want to do. When Governor DeSantis signed off the legislation last week saying that we could drop all these, things going on with the masks and all this stuff, the COVID things, and that he said private businesses will be able to, if they want to keep things in place, they can. If they don't want things, they want to change their things, they can. He's given private business their chance to do what they need to do for them. I mean, isn't that the way it's supposed to be in America?
Last I checked,
you know what I mean,
yeah,
Steve?
Absolutely, yeah.
So if they choose not to do the vaccine, that's their choice. You know what I mean? I mean, and that's kind of how that vaccine is going to be. And that's going to be the legality point when this thing comes out and goes off that emergency situation is, okay, this is an individual thing, kind of like abortion. I hate to say it this way, but it's kind of like abortion. It's your body. You're choosing to do what you want with it. The government's not nobody should mandate that you do anything you don't want to do to your body. And that's going to be the legal aspect of what's going to happen with this when it rolls out after the emergency situation. And that's what Governor DeSantis, he took all of our emergency stuff dealing to COVID. That emergency stuff is out of the way. So all that money that is stopped if it's pertaining to be an emergency situation. I mean, it's stopping. And it should. There's a lot of things that need to stop. So, but it is what it is, and we got to deal with it. But when you have a private corporation, you can do what you need to do. You were talking about the critical race situation you were talking about with Steve?
Yes, critical race theory.
Thinking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not going to say much about it, but I will say this much. There is a lot of large corporations that have programs in place for that situation. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But he did mention a word that's going to be in our repertoire for the rest of our life. Is called inclusion. And a lot of big corporations are using that word. And I think a lot of it is reverse racism, in my opinion, and that's all I'm going to say about it. But because that's a totally different deal when it comes to that. So, but that's all I got to say, bud. I know you're at the bottom of the hour and you got to get going. So you have yourself a good one. Thank you.
All righty. Good to hear from you, Philip. Let me see here. Yeah, we got to get our news break, and I will attempt to do our phone reset here. Let's keep our fingers crossed that everything works and we come back with phones operational here following our news break. What do you say? So let's take care of that and Talk to you on the flip side. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden set a new goal Tuesday for COVID vaccinations in the U.S., saying he would push for 70% of the adult population to have received at least one shot by July 4th. The CDC says that about 56% of American adults have so far gotten at least one dose. He also announced a plan to reach out to those who are more hesitant to get a vaccine that includes sending shots to pediatricians and family doctors.
We're also going to slip vaccines directly to pediatricians, ship them to pediatricians during the following weeks, so parents and their children can talk to their family doctor about it and get the shot from a provider they trust the most. Easy, fast, and free.
And India has suspended its most popular sports tournament as COVID cases continue to surge around the country. The Premier League cricket tournament was suspended Tuesday after several players tested positive for the virus. India recorded more than 350,000 new infections on Tuesday. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. Call 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. 800-451-9542. That's 800-451-9542. Paid for by U.S.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge.
That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. I lost count, but it was at least 5 or 6 attempts. But finally, she linked up. I don't get it. Modern technology. But we are good to go. Phone's up and running. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. We're good till the end of the program here. So, a couple of industry headlines from our friends at OOIDA. The California Trucking Association is going to seek a rehearing en banc, as they call it, in the case regarding the state worker classification law. A week ago, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit determined that California's Assembly Bill 5 is not preempted by federal law. The court also ruled to remove a preliminary injunction against enforcing AB 5. We all need to pay very close attention to this because what AB 5 is to California, essentially the PRO Act is to each and every one of you out there that are driving truck. So the 3-judge panel ruled 2-1 that California's Assembly Bill 5 is generally applicable labor law, rejecting the California Trucking Association's argument that the Federal Aviation Administration Authorization Act preempts AB 5 from being applied to the trucking industry. The judge offered a fiery dissent, saying that California's Trucking Association's members will now suffer irreparable injury. That was the one dissenting judge. Again, it was a 2-1. So the California Trucking Association is requesting a rehearing en banc, which would allow the case to be heard by all the judges in the court. Last week, the state trucking group said they will pursue all steps to fight this law from being enforced on the trucking industry. Quote, "We continue to stand by our initial claim that the implementation of AB 5's classification test is preempted by federal law and is clearly detrimental to the longstanding and historical place of California's 70,000 owner-operators have had in the trucking industry. We will take any Yeah. And all legal steps necessary to continue this fight on behalf of owner-operators and motor carriers that are operating in California. Now, they say if an attempt at a rehearing is not successful, the next step would probably be to petition the U.S. Supreme Court. You know, what this is all about is that whole California AB 5, they had the ABC test to determine if you are an employee or an independent. And it's not just trucking that it's impacting. It's so many. The PRO Act, of course, which OOIDA has been fighting fiercely, pretty much takes that to a federal level. You're going to have to go on somebody's payroll. Can't be an owner-operator. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Where'd we leave off? It's 844-844-3388. I believe Pup was up next. Good morning, Pup. What's happening?
Hey, morning, Steve. Hey, I was going to touch on a couple things. On the 401ks, I like it when they lose money because if you don't touch it and leave it alone, the more everything goes down, the more of the stocks or bonds you're going to buy, and then when it goes up, you're going to have even more. So it'll always bounce back. Even back in 2008, everybody was all up in arms, and a lot of people lost a lot of money. But
that's
as long as they didn't go completely bankrupt.
If you're making contributions, if you're putting in $500 a month, for instance, yeah, when the market's going down or whatever, you still have X number of shares, a certain number of shares of that particular stock. Like you said, when you're pumping $500 into your 401k, regardless of that, you're right. You're getting more shares for $500 than you otherwise would. Then when it starts coming back, you're actually getting back faster than you otherwise would, recovering your losses.
Correct. Right. Yep. Correct. And then I'm kind of with that school system. I think this is an experimental thing, and they're trying to crowd people into something too quick. That's all I'll say about that. But with your son and daughter and your grandkids, I would have them watch their school systems very close. That Buck Sexton's had a couple experts on this in the this week on that race theory, and it is a very dangerous thing. Philip's right. It is actually reverse racism. But like in the first and second grade type thing, that the teachers are actually telling them, now, say it's a boy, she's actually telling them, well, it's okay if you want to be a girl. You tell your mom you want to wear a dress to school, blah, blah, blah. And then by the time third grade gets in there, the parents that do have common sense, they're trying to teach them that, oh, your parents don't know anything and they're racist. And all of this is kind of been ground laid. You know how when we went to school, we'd say the Pledge of Allegiance and our teachers would pray, like the short prayer right before lunch or what have you.
Sure.
And stuff. Getting the prayers kicked out of school, getting the 10 Commandments off the wall and everything has been a whole part of this, and it is really dangerous stuff. I don't know. I just can't believe anybody with common sense would go with that, but that's about all my 2 cents I had for tonight. But, the main thing is, and another thing with Empower or Vanguard, I'm in both. But that guy asked me, he goes, how do you want to set this up? I said, do you know how to drive a semi? He goes, nope. I said, I don't know how to do that. I said, you just do it, and I'll drive the semi and contribute. And the older that I get, the less riskier stuff that I'm in. And then by the time I'm closer to retirement, it'll all be closer into safe money market accounts and stuff like that. So, but I just figured I'd throw that out there for the guys that are all worried about it.
Very good.
But other than that, Steve, you have a good day, buddy.
Thanks for checking in, Pup. Good to hear from you. Be safe out there. Don't be a stranger. All right, about 14 before the hour. Yeah, you've got the PRO Act, right? That's the one we were just talking about, which uses that same ABC test, right, as the AB5 in California. It's passed already in the House. Its future in the Senate is going to be the key. Dick Morris says this threatens to destroy the gig economy and unionize America. Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2021, or the PRO Act. It passed in the House 225 to 206 back in March. He says it's horrible. It will completely change the whole American economy and change the way 40 million people do their work. This is part of an effort to unionize all of America. It's part of the Democrats' playbook, like the guise of COVID-19 was used to unconstitutionally change voting for the 2020 presidential election. Then the $2.3 trillion infrastructure plan, just like the anti-COVID stuff, was really an effort to change the voting system so they could win. Here they're using the infrastructure package to unionize the country, noting that federal funds used for construction require the use of unionized workers. This bill enables right-to-work laws in 27 states that block requirements to join a union and eliminates the requirement of an election to form a workers' union. But the fourth part, referring back to the reforms to the 1099 independent contractor, that is the most insidious. That's you, the owner-operator, if you are one. It takes 30 to 40 million Americans who work for themselves on the gig economy. Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, me working as a consultant, you probably. And we would no longer be able to be independent contractors. We would have to go on the payroll. He noted it would likely force workers to work full-time and take away flexibility for the worker and employers, potentially eliminating some jobs altogether. This is all a device to unionize the country. All right, force them onto a payroll, then force them into a union. The PRO Act. I don't know. Are the unions in favor of it? I haven't really heard. I know when it comes to the trucking sector, it would decimate the independent owner-operator category out there, especially on the lease side, if I understand correctly. Yes, Sylvester.
Hey, brother. All right. First off, if I misquoted what Chevy guy said, look, I must have misheard what he said. So, no big deal. The other thing, I'm talking about the PRO Act. With the PRO Act, there's no way that I could ever start it off as an owner-operator lease or a lease operator, and then actually got my own authority. There's just no way. So, the big companies want this to some extent, I think, but I kind of wonder why they're ending up doing this. The companies like Prime and Schneider, where they've like really developed a sharecropper type system. I wonder whether or not they actually want it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, critical race theory. Sorry, I just drank something a minute ago just before you came on, and it went the wrong way.
Got you all choked up.
All right, so critical race theory. First off, it is not just in the U.S. I've experienced it here, in a private instance. the number of people that will tell you because you're white and middle class, you don't have the right to say something. Like you don't have the right to say that bad behavior or those choices that you have made have caused the problems that you're currently experiencing. Now, to me and you, that makes absolute sense if you say that. If you say the choices that you have made are why you are where you are now. You know? But according to some, and I have been told that here, I don't have the right to say that because I'm white and I'm middle class. And just like people have said, it itself is what it is trying to supposedly resolve. In other words, it is supposedly trying to stop racism and social inequality and things like that. And it itself is both racist and against social equity, egalitarianism. It's I was just actually today reading an article about how Tennessee is another state that stepped up and said it will not be taught and it will not be considered in the state educational system. So that's Texas, Florida, Tennessee. Are there others as well?
I would say likely there are.
Yeah. I just it is a level of insanity that I never thought that the U.S. our country would come to. Think about what Martin Luther King fought for. He didn't fight for white people to be told that you're incapable or you're too stupid to understand what this other, what this black man has been through. They wanted the white people to want to be equal to, or want the black people to be equal to the white people. Now, and of course, that's everybody. Everybody should be equal if you're given that, given the right, same opportunities. But the thing is about over here is the people that have said this to me have no clue who I am or what I've come up from. I was born in North Georgia on a little bitty, and I grew up, I should say, on a piece of land that my mom and dad didn't own. We lived in a trailer, and I'm not talking one of them fancy schmancy trailers they got nowadays. And in fact, when you were down there, down in North Georgia, you probably know what I'm talking about. A little single wide out on a piece of land somewhere, and not growing up exactly with much, And so everything that I have now, I've worked for. And these people have the audacity to tell me that I'm too stupid to comprehend what someone else has been through. It just angers me to hear this and see this. And it's over here just as much as it is over there. Come on, gotta fight against it. When I say fight, I don't mean violence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean stand up against it and make sure people understand what it truly is. I was actually reading the definition of it, and then there's a Time article here about President Trump talking about critical race theory and how it's racist. And they're saying, oh, well, he just doesn't understand it. Well, if you look into it and look at where it came from, it is clearly a Marxist ideology, which is worse than socialist. And you got to stand up against, get educated about it, understand what it is. Don't just go through and say, well, it's a bad thing. Well, it is a bad thing, but you also have to understand what it actually is. So I invite people to do that. Got to fight against this. I mean, over here, it's enjoy your freedom while you got it. Because like I said before, I see your future. It doesn't look good if you don't fight against it. Anyway, Steve, thanks for letting me call in again, man.
All right, you got it. Thanks for obviously listening in. Yeah, there are a number of states, governors saying it ain't going to be taught here. In Oklahoma, the Republican-controlled House voted that teachers there won't be allowed to teach certain concepts dealing with race and racism. Missouri lawmakers are pushing to ban it, saying it can make children feel bad about being white. From the Tennessean yesterday, Tennessee bans public schools from teaching critical race theory in what has become a national debate. Texas considers banning critical race theory in schools there. Yeah, this critical race theory has become a flashpoint in school board races all around the country, as in the case of the one I just mentioned out of Texas, where they had the vote on Saturday, which that was a pretty resounding hell no to critical race theory. 70% of the vote saying we don't want that in our schools. That needs to happen all around the country. All right, we're rolling toward, top of the hour news update, couple minutes away, and we'll get back into our final hour. It's 844-844-3388. What do we see here? Yeah, we saw rain. Did you see the flooding that we ended up with in Alabama last evening during the program line? We were talking about in torrential rains pushing through parts of the South. We actually had flash flood emergencies issued by the National Weather Service. That's something that's reserved for when emergency officials report rapidly rising water resulting in rescues, evacuations, life-threatening situations. Some of the footage out of Alabama. Some people didn't apparently get the alert or didn't heed the alert. The torrential flooding left a trail of soaked damage with many vehicles destroyed, dozens of residents requiring rescue in the historic city. Footage from around Shelby County showed cars stuck in the middle of the flooded roadways, residents wading through waist-deep waters. And the runways at Shelby County Airport were completely underwater. On top of that, the area surrounding the airfield was under a tornado watch. In the nearby town of Homewood, multiple water rescues were needed to save trapped drivers. At an apartment complex, rescue teams from the fire department used inflatable paddle boats to extract more than a dozen residents from the waters there. On the other side of Birmingham, the town of Alabaster saw the highest rainfall total. They picked up 7 inches of rainfall. Now, if you can imagine, that's more rain than some California cities have measured over the past year. They don't see that much in a year's time. Los Angeles, for instance, they picked 5.94 inches of rain since May of last year. In Vestavia, the heavy rain triggered a landslide along the right-hand side of Highway 31, washing away part of a nearby property, sending floodwaters spilling onto the roadway. In Hoover, the Patton Creek burst its banks due to the floodwaters. It was kind of a dire situation in portions of Alabama. There were still more than 100,000 customers without power as of like Wednesday morning there. The cleanup is underway. Okay, we return after this final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden set a new goal Tuesday for COVID vaccinations in the U.S., saying he would push for 70% of the adult population to have received at least one shot by July 4th. The CDC says that about 56% of American adults have so far gotten at least one dose. He also announced a plan to reach out to those who are more hesitant to get a vaccine that includes sending shots to pediatricians and family doctors.
We're also going to slip vaccines directly to pediatricians ship them to pediatricians during the following weeks so parents and their children can talk to their family doctor about it and get the shot from a provider they trust the most. Easy, fast, and free.
And India has suspended its most popular sports tournament as COVID cases continue to surge around the country. The Premier League cricket tournament was suspended Tuesday after several players tested positive for the virus. India recorded more than 350,000 new infections on Tuesday. This is USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney will face a no-confidence vote next week from her fellow Republicans, where she's expected to be removed from her position as chair of the House Republican Conference. She's drawn criticism from her own party members over her criticisms of former President Donald Trump casting doubts on the 2020 presidential election, as well as her vote to impeach him in January. Congressman Andy Biggs says an effort to remove Cheney in February failed because Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy wanted to try to work with her. But the Arizona Republican tells Fox News that effort is now over.
What changed more, though, is that she continued her tirade against President Trump and those who support President Trump. And she's doing it from a position as the conference chair. The problem with that is no one cares if she believes that and if she wants to do that if she's not the conference chair. So she wasn't representing the most, and now Kevin's had enough, and that changes it because McCarthy is now with us to remove her, and so there'll be enough votes to remove her next week.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The Federal Aviation Administration says that as air travel is beginning to recover from pandemic lows, it's facing a new issue, growing numbers of unruly passengers. Tim Berg has the story.
The FAA is warning air travelers about what it describes as a dramatic increase in unruly or dangerous behavior aboard passenger airplanes. In a typical year, the agency sees 100 to 150 formal cases of bad passenger behavior. But since the start of this year, the number of reported cases has jumped to 1,300. Sarah Nelson, president of the Association of Flight Attendants Union, says things have gotten real bad this year.
The physical and verbal abuse that flight attendants have been taking has been way off the charts of any kind of air rage incidents that we've been talking about over the past 20 years.
As far as some of the behaviors of the unruly passengers, Nelson tells ABC's Good Morning America,
flight attendants being physically assaulted, pushed, choked. We had a passenger urinate. We had a passenger spit into the mouth of a child on board. These are some of the things that we have been dealing with.
The FAA now taking a zero-tolerance approach to poor behavior. Unruly passengers facing potential criminal charges, fines up to $35,000, or lifetime bans on certain airlines. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, there we go. Here is that final hour. On a Thursday morning, don't forget, tomorrow night, Chris Gabrelchik, Boss Man, will be in the house. And I hope plenty of you plan to call in and say, hey, I've been thinking about some questions. Yeah, not just to call and say, hey, thanks for keeping the Overnight Drive or keeping Steve Sommers on the radio. But, talk about issues. He loves to delve into if you're having a problem with whatever it might be. Yeah, he's all about the chemicals that they have available to fix issues. From transmissions to fuel injectors to you name it. So we'll talk about some of the various products, what's going on, some of the latest developments there. I want to ask him about how they started construction of the whole tank farm thing up there. So they can do things in bulk at the headquarters there in Mount Gilead. So, I hope you'll chime in as well. All right, see, someone forwarded me a copy of their particular companies. This is not from Steve. This is from somebody else. About their Diversity and Inclusion Council having been formed. It reads like this. As you've heard me say, I'm excited to have joined blank company. At this point in its history, we seek to advance a culture of inclusion so all employees feel valued for their contributions, which in turn will make us a stronger company. A first step in this journey has been the formation of the blank Diversity and Inclusion Council, established by executive leadership for the purpose of modeling, encouraging, and supporting the ideals surrounding workforce diversity and inclusion that are contained in our values and the company's code of conduct and ethics. That's pretty much the same thing Steve was asking about. Don't we already have all this in our code of conduct? It's already there. And I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but the Diversity and Inclusion Council will offer a cross-functional employee perspective of issues impacting workforce diversity and inclusion within the company, including assessing workplace climate, identifying opportunities, making recommendations for improvement, establishing appropriate goals and objectives, and blah, blah, blah. Objectives of the council will include promoting a culture where individual differences are respected and all employees are valued for their skills and contributions they bring to the business, holding each other accountable to continually examine the processes and the systems in place to ensure the attraction, engagement, development, and retention of a diverse workforce, inclusive of all diversity dimensions, individual characteristics, values, beliefs, experiences, backgrounds, preferences, and behaviors, enabled by inclusive leadership principles. Ensure a psychologically safe environment exists that allows employees to fully engage and meaningfully contribute to our customers, shareholders, and communities. Do you need a new Diversity and Inclusion Council? If you've got all that pretty much already, all these things are covered pretty much by all the big companies, and every big company in the country has those things in place. All right, so with that, it's 844-844-3388. Let's see. Big Moose, what's going on?
But they're going to have to ask for equal time tonight because noon come off early.
Uh-oh.
So where do I start? All right. All this BS is going on, all of this critical race theory and all this pro-communism crap, and we need to stand up against it, but it don't mean violence. That is a bunch of B capital S. The only way you're going to stand up against this crap is with violence. Just like when the Queen sent all her little teabagging boys over here in 76, we sent them packing back home to their mama. And when old Hirohito over there in Japan decided he was going to attack Pearl Harbor because if he hit the mainland, there'd be a quote-unquote, a gun behind every blade of grass. Well, guess what happened to him? After 90% of his people got sick glowing in the dark, that sucking sap, you know, you see how it turned out for him too, don't you? You know, we ain't going to take it. The problem is in this country, we got a bunch of spineless damn yellow cowards with a great big mouth and a little bitty ass. Most people, so-called patriots in this country, ain't got enough hair on their ass to make a Telly Savalas hairpiece, and it makes me sick. And if you want to stand up against these pricks, you've got to go after them where it hurts. And enjoy your freedom while you got it. I will always have mine, damn it, because they'll have to kill me to take mine away from me. Because I am an American. The same blood coursing through my vein was coursing through Washington when he carried the Stars and Bars across the Delaware, baby. It was the same blood that fell on Flanders Field in World War I. It was the same blood that sent them crapping Germans back to where they come from in WW2. And by God, I'm going to keep my freedom. I'm going to keep my integrity. I'm going to keep my guns. And you know what? While I'm at it, let's go ahead and talk about these electric trucks. Because I've been thinking about this. It's been festering on me like a boil for the last couple of weeks. This country was built on Detroit iron, Bridgestone rubber, and diesel fuel, and benzene range. And I don't care how many of you electronic logbook living automatic wonders who couldn't drive a stick up a goat's ass with a team of engineers behind you don't like it. You ain't gonna ever get rid of the highway, the bloodline of this country. The diesel fuel is pushing these trucks down the road. And I hope I don't live to see it. But the first time I see one of them downsped Greenpeace loving tree hugging pieces of crap on the road, I'm going to take my ungoverned big old Detroit here, and I'm going to give somebody about an 80,000 pound enema. And that's all I've got to say. Keep it Twix spotted in the solid. I'm going to try to settle myself down, get some work done. Have a good evening.
Big Moose. He's on a tear. Well, you know, yeah, enjoy your freedom while you have it. My. Yeah, anytime you try, you say, well, you have to resort to violence. Violence is the only way. You got to be careful, right? You're right. Well, it sounds almost like the plot line for a Bruce Willis movie. We touched on this the other night. We got an update from the Pentagon, apparently, as they're tracking this large Chinese rocket that's out of control, expected to re-enter the atmosphere this weekend, they're now saying. U.S. Space Command is tracking the trajectory, according to a Defense Department spokesperson. They expect the Chinese long Mach 5B rocket's appearance around May the 8th. So this is that'd be Saturday, if it goes as planned. The rocket's exact entry point won't be known until just a matter of hours of re-entry. But daily updates on the location will be provided at the Space Track website. Aerospace.org is also tracking the rocket, and as of Tuesday evening, predicting a May 8th arrival about 9:30 p.m. Pacific time, although those predictions may change. But don't panic. According to an astrophysicist from Harvard University, said that the risk that it would hit you is incredibly tiny. So I wouldn't lose a second of sleep over this. Well, I won't, but because the Pacific Ocean covers so much of the Earth, the debris will likely splash down in Pacific waters somewhere. McDowell also adjusted the time period when the debris is expected to arrive to say between May 8 and May 10. This was the rocket that they just sent up that helped launch the core module of China's new next generation space station about a week ago. That space base is scheduled to be completed late in 2022. A scientific research outpost for China over the next 10 years, the only other operational habitat outside of the International Space Station. And of course, what goes up must come down. You may recall back in 2018, we had a similar event take place, and I remember talking about it on the program. And it was the same sort of scenario where the odds are it's going to come back over ocean waters somewhere around the planet. And in this case, it did. It re-entered the atmosphere over the ocean near Tahiti. No one was injured. And the debris, either it burned up or it found a new home on the floor of the South Pacific in that particular case. Let me see here. Is this James? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I don't know how a man will follow up the big moose, but we're going to give her a shot. Ever since Biden took over, they've been using the word equity. And I think a lot of people are confused because equity is not the same as equality. And all these special interest groups, they want special rights. And that's what equity is, in a sense. You might check it out. But those two words do not mean the same. Also, Meghan McCain said that there's going to be consequences if they remove Liz Cheney. And one more thing, Stacey Abrams let the cat out of the bag when she said, I think it was a Breitbart article I saw, that while these new election laws, Democrats aren't going to win elections. And that's all I got this morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay. Well, thank you for being with us there, James. Appreciate it. You have a good night. Yeah, for those who aren't familiar, maybe just do a quick search. Critical race theory. You can read the Wikipedia breakdown of what they say it is. You can read, go through both sides. Go through those that say, well, this is necessary. This is the way we need to teach our young generation. Long story short, they're teaching children at a very young age that to be born white is to be born racist. That's the long story short. That racism is embedded in the entire society. Yeah, that's why you saw the report we shared a bit ago that says, well, this critical race theory makes certain children feel bad for being white. And it's not just the youngest generation they're looking to brainwash with this. They've been doing this in colleges for quite some time. If I'm not mistaken, this whole idea, this premise started way back in the 70s. It's just gradually, progressively been, I guess, at this point in time, it's found its way into the mainstream. Would that be the way to explain it? After many, many years? Yeah, pretty much the way communism works. It's a very, very tedious process. But those pursuing communism are a very patient people. So all of a sudden, all around the country, it's kind of reaching critical mass with school boards looking to mandate critical race theory to be taught in their classrooms. And, of course, many states and governors fighting back, saying it ain't happening. Not in my state, not in this state. Which, good for them. Okay, I'm looking through some of the comments. What do we have here? Brian, I heard on the news up there talking about people being bad on the airplanes. I wonder who these bad passengers on flights are. Yeah, why don't they name them and shame them? Well, yeah. What else we got? David, for those that were listening to Big Moose, he's mad. Yeah, Moose, he was on the loose. Dale, excuse me, please. Is there any doubt on how the Big Moose feels about things? You gotta love the passion for this country that this man has. Wound up as tight as he is tonight. Yeah, he put that next 500 miles behind him, and he won't even blink an eye. Go get him, Big Moose. Yeah, you're probably true. You might need to take a blood pressure pill, though. Looking at 22 past the hour, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much. You gotta love Big Moose, man. I was laughing so hard a while ago when he was talking, and he was wound tight, wasn't he?
It's about as tight as I've heard him.
Oh, man. I'd hate to get on his bad side while ago, the way he was wound up. But you remember the last time I talked to you a couple nights ago, I was running ahead of the storms, remember? That stuff come through here, and we had some places get 100-mile-an-hour straight line winds. One town, the lumber company there had 5 out of 7 buildings damaged real bad.
Really?
Walmart had the windows bust off. I mean, it got rough. I had to dodge a tree and a power line down on my route. So, it got pretty bad. That PRO Act, I wonder how that's going to affect me, but I'm 1099.
So are you are you running like a lease purchase plan? Are you leased on to a company or?
No, I'm running a personal vehicle, but we're paid back for the 1099. To deliver their stuff. I mean.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're not driving truck. You're delivering the papers. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. So, well, I would say you'd probably end up having to go on the payroll of whoever your paper publisher is, and become like a W-2 employee.
I don't want that. I mean, I don't want that to happen. I hope that gets struck down before it gets to that point. I mean, no one had to go on the payroll.
Well, that's the way I'm understanding it, Big Sexy. No, I got you. That's so. Well, I'm glad you made it through your storms down there. It looks like you finally got some calmer weather on the horizon here for at least a couple of days anyway.
Yeah, they're saying the next round for us may be Mother's Day. We have to watch out for it.
Yep.
So we got some rain between now and then. We don't need the rain either. There's a lot of places that still got high water. But we got some rain between now and then. But the next round of storms, where it might get severe, they're expecting that Saturday into Sunday. So, but hopefully that won't be like this last round that come through here. There wasn't very many. There was like 1 or 2 tornadoes in this area, EF roads, but most of it was 90 to 100 mile an hour straight line wind, and that can do just as much damage.
And we saw some of that with those storms earlier this week. Yeah, all those that lost power down there in Mississippi. That was the case. Much of that. The Weather Service says, this is a serious situation. It's straight line winds, but it's tornado strength straight line winds. All right, what are we looking at here? We've got wide open lines. It's 844-844-3388. It was just this past year, while we're on the topic of critical race theory. It's the hot button issue around the country. The Tennessee General Assembly has banned the teaching of critical race theory this past day, passing the law at the very end of the legislative session to withhold funding from public schools that teach about white privilege. The House made this legislation a last-minute priority, introducing provisions that ban schools from instructing students that one race bears responsibility for the past actions against another. That the United States is fundamentally racist, or that a person is inherently privileged or oppressive due to their race. That's what this is looking to teach. Similar proposals have surfaced in other states, including one in Idaho that's already been signed into law by the governor there. Texas Republicans also pushing a proposal to ban CRT, critical race theory. Critical race theory teaches that racism is ingrained in U.S. institutions, and people who are white benefit from it. The concept of whether schools, churches, and other corporations should subscribe to it has been a source of controversy for numerous years, but it's all of a sudden received heightened attention in recent months. Since the House and Senate version had differences, the legislation went to a conference committee this past day. That's when Senator Brian Kelsey, this is specific to Tennessee once again, proposed multiple additions, including forbidding teaching students that, quote, the rule of law does not exist, but instead is a series of power relationships and struggles among racial or other groups. That is the very definition of critical race theory, said Senator Kelsey. After he read the line aloud, he said, I was subject to this teaching 20 years ago in law school. I know it very well. And that is the very definition of it. The bill then prompted a lengthy, spirited debate on the Senate floor, where the chamber's three black women each spoke out against the legislation. Let's see. Democratic caucus chairwoman arguing the bill promotes revisionist history. Another Memphis Democrat told her colleagues she was deeply, profoundly offended by it. Robinson noted how her legislation to require Black history instructions in 5th and 8th grades had been killed for the year. And now we see why, she says. One Republican voted against the measure, spoke from the floor acknowledging the large number of African American people in his district and the need to ensure everyone's stories are told. It's not truly clear right now where exactly this is being taught in the state. Proponents have not cited any examples from specific schools where critical race theory or similar instructions being taught. They have cited an anecdote involving an anonymous 7-year-old whose mother said the child came home from school asking if she was a racist. Mommy, am I a racist? The Tennessee Department of Education does not have a position on the legislation. They're also unaware of any schools where the themes outlined in the bill are actually being taught, nor have they had any complaints about it yet. I guess this is warding it off before it gets into the system. Maybe that's what they're doing. During the conference committee, they asked, where exactly is this being taught? All right, let's see. Contrary to what some people may think, being an African American, I do not cast blame, but I think we do have to admit that slavery did occur. Well, no one said it didn't. It was a dark period in our history. Yes, it was. We have to acknowledge the wrongs of our society even when it's a difficult conversation to have. As a result of slavery, and this is where I say, no. As a result of slavery, in 2021, racism still does exist. Racism has existed from the inception of time, as far as I'm concerned. All right, we'll get a news break in here and come back. Again, lines available. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Vice President Kamala Harris will make her first trip abroad since taking office next month. Harris will travel to Mexico and Guatemala on June 7th and 8th, the White House announced on Wednesday. She's also set to meet virtually this week with Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador to discuss immigration. India has recorded at least 300,000 new COVID cases per day for the last 2 weeks, after adding more than 380,000 new infections on Wednesday. A top advisor to the Indian government also said Wednesday that the country should be prepared for more waves of infections. And 2 American men have been found guilty of the murder of a police officer in Rome. The pair admitted to stabbing the officer, but claimed that they had acted in self-defense. They received the harshest sentence allowed by Italian law, life in prison, and could be eligible for parole after 21 years. This is USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get back to your calls here. You want to jump in? Yeah, we got available lines as we head to the home stretch here on a Thursday morning at 844-844-3388. I was reading through some of the final tidbits of that legislation out of Tennessee. Rather interesting. The rest of an amendment filed in the House this week in Tennessee prohibits public or charter schools from teaching the following: that one race or one sex is superior, that any individuals are inherently privileged, racist, sexist, or oppressive because of their race or sex. A person should receive adverse treatment due to their race or sex. You cannot teach that their moral character is determined by their race or sex. Cannot teach that the person bears responsibility for past actions by other members of their race or sex. Isn't that the key? You cannot teach a person should feel discomfort or other psychological distress because of your race or sex. All right, you cannot teach that the United States is fundamentally racist or sexist. You cannot teach promoting the violent overthrow of the U.S. government. You cannot promote division or resentment between race, sex, religion, creed, nonviolent political affiliation, or class. You cannot teach ascribing character traits, values, moral codes, privileges, or beliefs to a particular race. You cannot teach the rule of law does not exist, but instead is a series of power relationships and struggles among racial or other groups. You cannot teach that Americans are not created equal and are not endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, or that governments should deny to any person within the government's jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. That sounds pretty straightforward to me. All right, where are we at? Let's get back to, I believe that's, is that Fly Rod checking in?
Good morning, Steve. Greetings and salutations.
Yes, how the heck are you?
I'm doing fine this morning. By the way, I'm calling you live this morning. This is not a pre-recorded message.
Well, thank you very much.
I just wanted you to know that.
Well, were your ears burning a little bit earlier? Someone said you were a dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Well, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag this morning, and I'm fixing to rain on his little parade here. They're talking about Big Ed, right?
Yeah, of course.
What did that ragweed sniffer say?
Something about you're calling about looking for a donation for your new cause of putting together a cicada cookbook or something.
That's exactly right. By the way, we have decided to name this cookbook Cooking with Cicadas. I just wanted to throw that out there, and that's important because, look, these things are going to be flying off the shelf before long. But, what happened is, see, I don't know if you know it, but Big Ed, he wears dentures. Did you know that? You probably knew that already. He wears false teeth.
Yeah.
We found out the hard way that daggone heat wave does too, because Neil was in the kitchen with his wife cooking up one of them new recipes they created, and Neil wears those dentures, and his teeth got stuck together on one of them recipes he was concocting. So, what happened is you bite into them cicadas, and all that juice from them, it seems to stick to the dentures.
Ew.
So he found out the hard way that, he found out the hard way. Well, we didn't tell Ed that. Ed was over trying out some of the recipes, and Ed is a hard sell. So we told him we're going to just fix him a plain old bacon cheeseburger, but we threw a couple of cicadas in on the top of it. Imagine that. And he bit into it. We found out firsthand Big Ed has false teeth because he had little wings and little feet and little red eyeballs all in betwixt his teeth. And he had to pull his daggum. It's the darndest thing, Steve Sommers, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He had to pull them dentures out and clean them off before he could finish the sandwich. So we took pictures of it, and we're going to show everybody on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive what really happened. But, Steve, I got groundbreaking news I got to share with you.
What do we got?
Something really big is going on here. Steve, would you believe we are on the cusp of getting so big that we are going to have to hire laboratory testers to come in and try out these different recipes? So we're going to hire some scientists that'll come in, and they'll put these recipes through 3 different tests: one for taste, one for eye appeal, and obviously one for if they smell good. These different recipes is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right.
So I'm thinking we're going to probably have to at some point get an independent tester. So I'm wondering, do you think the princess would be interested in doing something like that? Who does all the cooking up the Sommers household?
Not a chance. Not a chance. You ain't going to get her to eat no bug.
Well, it wouldn't be her, it'd be you. Anyway,
you want her to cook them up and me to try them?
Yeah, and then you're to give us a review in her cookbook. We can print that in her cookbook.
Okay.
Well, anyway, more importantly, Steve, look, I want you to reason with me just for a second, if you can. These bugs live in the ground, what is it, 17 years before they hatch? Is that correct?
That is correct.
17 years. So for 17 years, these little critters, these little vermin have been stuck in the ground, going between rainstorms, sleet, hail, snow, pandemics, and they have survived. So I think I've told Heatwave, I think we need to have an independent laboratory do some checking to see if these will fight off that Chinese beer virus, the coronavirus. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've heard. Yes, that's a possibility.
Well, if it stands to reason that they can survive that, then I'm sure that a couple people eat a few of those cicadas. They don't need to take no daggum vaccine. Steve, I'm telling you right now, this is the best chance. I heard Steve calling a little bit ago talking about 401k and Chevy guy going on about it, as well as Sylvester. Look, folks, I'm telling you, this is big news. You got it. And I don't know nothing about 401k, but I do know about investing, and I think you should invest in this cookbook. It is going to go beyond the stars.
Fly Rod, the cicadas are only going to be around for about 6 weeks. I mean, it's not going to be 17 years before they come back again.
Well, but there's so many of them. There's so many. Well, anyway, back to Ed. Yeah, I called him yesterday, and he was too busy blowing out money he won at the casino. And I tried to get him in on the ground level as an investor, and I told him that, for $19.95, we get him in, get a picture of him taking a bite out of one of the recipes, and put a chef's hat on his head, just like we're going to do with the Big Moose. So, I mean, any of you listeners out there that want to get in on this cookbook, I'd be more than happy to get you in for $19.95. But anyway, Steve, I got to go because them boys are out here calling for me to get out here and start catching cicadas. So I guess I got to hang up.
Okay. All right, you do. Take care. All right. I saw a headline about that. It was a Walmart store in Norman, Oklahoma. They had some of these giant hail balls with some of these storms this week. And they've got some video. If you've noticed, Walmart stores, they've got like what do they call them? The skylights or whatever, where the sunlight can shine through during the daytime hours, obviously. So you can cut down on having to run so many lights around the clock. And baseball-size hail busting through all those skylights at this Walmart store in Norman, Oklahoma. I guess people inside were scrambling for cover. Obviously, there was severe damage to the building. No reports of injuries, though. But it's that time of year when you see more severe storms. Of course, Oklahoma right there in Tornado Alley. Stay alert. Always be prepared to seek shelter. Last thing you want to do is to get caught out in a hailstorm like this. Yeah, that's baseball-sized hail. Then I saw someone had posted a photo where they had picked up a hail ball in their yard. I'm not sure if this was, I think this was in southern Texas. And this thing was about softball size. I mean, I'm thinking hail of that magnitude could probably nearly penetrate the roof of your home. Many structures. Definitely go through the windshield of a vehicle. All right, here, got a few minutes left here. A couple of other tidbits we'll touch on. Yes, we were talking earlier. Finally, SpaceX successfully launching and landing their Starship Moon and Mars rocket for the first time yesterday. It was about 6:25 last evening, SN-15 at the space base port there in Boca Chica, Texas. Of course, all the other previous attempts ended with a fiery explosion. The only one, SN-10, back in March, that did land briefly upright, but then exploded a few minutes later. So I guess there's There's elation at SpaceX, the successful flight part of an outstanding period as we work to enable the future of home human spaceflight. Just after the landing, Elon Musk, the founder, sent out a tweet, Starship landing nominal. Like the previous flights, this one went up about 6 miles from the launch pad, kind of hovered there, but then flipped over, glided downward, reigniting the Raptor engines. And for the first time, again, a safe landing. There was a fire that broke out in an engine after landing that apparently they got under control after a few minutes. So it looks like some of the improvements that they've made, that this one had a number of improvements. New avionics, a new Raptor engine design, a new configuration. The rocket used 4 wing flaps to guide it back to the launch pad. SpaceX believes their landing ability and reusability is going to be critical to landing Starship at destinations across the solar system. Anywhere you've got prepared surfaces or runways that do not exist. To my knowledge, they don't exist anywhere but here, right? Last I checked, we don't have a runway or a landing strip on the moon at this point, right? All right, one other tidbit from the state of Texas here. Florida's Governor DeSantis is going to sign a budget that will include $1,000 bonuses for all police officers, firefighters, and first responders in the state. That'll tally up about $208.4 million. DeSantis says some want to defund the police. Well, we're funding the police and then some. He discussed that the bonuses during a news conference this past day at the Satellite Beach Police Department. Now, he said the bonuses were done in part to honor the work these first responders have done during the pandemic. They've been out there every single day. Our police, our fire, our EMTs, they work more than they've worked more than they ever have. Now, he said he plans to use between $9 and $10 billion of federal relief funds included in the $1.9 trillion COVID aid package to dole out the $1,000 bonuses to first responders in the state. It looks like the $101.5 billion state budget was approved by the Florida legislature last week. So there you go. So you got Montana offering bonuses for people to go back to work and get off the unemployment. And kind of a tip of the hat to the first responders around the country who, yes, they've been out there doing their thing, not missing a beat with each passing day in a very difficult climate to be in that line of work this day and age. We all know that. Okay, what do we have here? Coming up, what do you see? We've got, hey, don't forget, coming up this weekend, it's Mother's Day Sunday, matter of fact. Catch the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 on Motor Trend TV. Yeah, tune in for the Truck You Guys at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time Sunday. Get a close-up look at the S10 while they'll be talking about the adrenaline racing oil that's infused with FR-free that keeps the truck running at the top of its game, as it is the world's fastest diesel. Broke the record here earlier this year. First ever diesel to run the 8th mile in less than 4 seconds. It was just under, but that's technically the record, the world record that stands today. Then, of course, tonight at the midnight hours, we're rolling into a Friday. We'll have Chris Gabrelchuk joining us, I believe. The anticipation is he's going to make his way down to Cincinnati here and catch us right here live in the Hot Shot Secret bunker. He hasn't had a chance to actually see all the work that his guys put into getting this thing put together. And, of course, today is Thursday. Don't forget to join a Hot Shot Secret Live today. Coming up 1:30 this afternoon Eastern Time on their Facebook and YouTube channels. Talking everything automotive. Of course, every week they'll be answering your questions, keep you updated on what's happening. In regards to Hot Shot Secret, I'm sure that Kyle will probably be talking some about the racing that's going on. I believe the next week product focus. So today's edition is going to be on adrenaline oils. Same thing they're going to be talking about on the Truck U channel with the S10 on Sunday, Mother's Day. And FR3, the friction reducer. Yeah, the adrenaline oils that they make, those are the top of the line racing oils that you could use in your vehicle as well. So check that out 1:30 this afternoon. Hot Shot Secret Live. And with that, we'll close things out here on a Thursday morning. Thank you so much for being with us through the late night, early morning hours. Be safe out there, and we'll check things out with you tonight. And I hope you make plans on dialing us up and checking in with Chris Gabrelchik. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.